Good morning, beautiful patrons. This is the final show, guys. Let me tell you, this is it. So you guys bring a friend. You don't want to miss what is coming up in the show because, man, it's brutal. Trump, welcome to the Netherlands. We love you, sir. It's great to have you with us within our borders, and you love our country. It's awesome, guys. And again, you are all here because you know the storm is upon us.
My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. That is the freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from our weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for. Kind of reminds me of the words that Mel Gibson first intoned in his Academy Award-winning film Braveheart, when he said to his ragtag army, and I say to you tonight, I see before me a whole. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? No! Yep, fight, you may die. Run and you'll live. For at least a while. Dying in your beds many years from now, would you have been willing to trade all the years from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell our enemies that you can take our lives, you can never take our freedom. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. You. We must fight for that authentic freedom and live, my friend. By God we must live, and with the Holy Spirit as your shield and Christ as your sword, may you join Saint Michael and all the angels in defending God and sending Lucifer and his henchmen straight right back to hell where they belong. Storm is upon us. But not without Jesus, our rudder. And in the words of Reagan, evil is powerless if the good are unafraid. God bless you.
And God bless you, beautiful patrons. Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful, beautiful day, guys. While Trump is in the Netherlands, guys. My hometown, we love you, Trump. And again, let's play Hold the Line. And let me shout each and every one out because you know that I love you, right?
We're gonna hold the line.
Okay, guys, let's try to bump up the volume just a little bit. Boom time! Final show, guys. Bring everybody in. Coco Bass. Blink Girl.
I will be your president for
Homie,
disease,
Natasha, we love you.
hopelessness,
Trucy,
anger,
too complicated.
resentment and hatred,
Johnny,
extremism, lawlessness,
Rick Hugh,
violence, bitterness and fury,
Lil Mees,
no progress,
LVG
no
73,
nation,
Parko, we love
only
you.
a state of chaos.
Stevie Bananas.
Don't piss down my
Miss
back and
Penny
tell me it's
Black.
raining. We're gonna hold.
As you know, we're gonna hold the line.
We're gonna hold.
Wolf for you to see. Right. Wing Chungus.
We're gonna hold.
Brad WL.
We're gonna
Tim
hold.
English, we
We're
love
gonna
you.
hold.
We're gonna hold the line. Boom time. Yo, Tina Baldwin. Coco Bass. Great to see you guys. With this short notice. This is the final show, guys. Bring everybody in. Well, for you to see, Mr. Anderson. have reached that cruising altitude of 40,000 foot long ago. As we prepare to land, make sure your seats and folding trays are in their upright position. And last but not least, don't forget to buckle up, guys. But it's going to get bumpy. Some little bird told me it's fun to say to YMCA. We love you, Trump. United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay. Immediate boarding at Gate E. Guys, we knew this day would come. Buckle up, grab your popcorn, grab a soda, butter it up. Drum roll, please. Here we go. Yourself there, Sister Starlight 220. Foreshadowed for millennia, and as you can see, unfolding right in front of your eyes. Man, we're blessed to be alive and to be witnesses of this epic transition to greatness. Big shout out to Double J Trump, Dance to Vino Elon Musk, General Flynn, Kat Patel, Ben Barney, Chuck Grassley, Richard Cornell, the last time 10. We love you guys.
We love you. We will be back in some form.
Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal.
But that is
a dangerous,
defeatist belief. Jasmine Rose, we love you.
It leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces we cannot control.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the Storm Magna. Okay, guys, we have arrived, and let's wait until the Weregon 1 we go worldwide is full of screen, because you guys are absolute proof of this. Man, it's going on, guys. Things are happening, and without further ado, I got 1 hour and 45 minutes left, guys, before I got to split, if not sooner, guys, because things are moving. So let's introduce the two guys who which these shows are not possible all the way from the Pacific Coast, the man that never sleeps and that is born ready, the man in the mirror and the man in between, Mr. Lance, on his epic quest. How you doing, my friend?
Well, I can't be better to actually do one more show before baby Grasshopper enters this world, right? So, whew, I think everyone's biting nails with you, Grasshopper.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. Of course, not as much as you, right? Thank you for doing, one of these shows. We've had some, just like you said, these comms just keep coming in like a flood, right? We're getting hit left and right from everywhere. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I know it's short notice, but you guys are used to it. So we love you guys, and I can't wait for the show today. Let's see what other epic crumbs we get with. I guess POTUS is back on his way, right? He's on Air Force One, so maybe we'll get an interview right in the air. Get a live interview in the air.
Trump,
that would be awesome.
Trump is relaxing from meeting, the king and the queen, NATO, letting them know who's boss, right? And nobody can do that better as Donald J. Trump. This man is born for this. It's like a fish in the water, taking charge and letting everybody know, guys, I'm here to stay and the world is going to change. On my way to, getting some sting for, the renovation, I saw a newspaper and it was saying something positive, like things are going to change for the better or something like that. I can't now, like, taking a picture. What?
You're cutting out on this one. It did it twice during the beginning, like during the videos, and now you just cut out again. Just wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you. So, okay. Yes. So wait a minute. Let me change my my internet. Let me change my internet. 1 second. Let's switch to the stable line. Come on, guys. Okay, check 1 2 1 2. Are we there?
Let's see if that works.
Maybe this is a more stable line. It's a slower line, but it's stable. We we like fast, but again, like you guys are gonna see, right? Like Trump put out something, at a certain time that hinted to some glitches. And today, I could not call anybody. It was like no reception. It was crazy, guys. So I don't know if the team has anything to do with this, but again, on the phone you could not call anybody. On the hardline you could, but so and it was on multiple platforms. Am I still cutting out?
No, I just think that's
Okay.
funny. What did they block all of Amsterdam while Trump
I
was
guess
down?
so. My nephew was like, "Hey, I can call anybody," and he's got a different provider than I do, right? So we were and I was walking the streets, and everybody was looking at each other and started speaking with each other. So it was kind of a good thing, you know. Thank God I downloaded
No
a few
phone.
songs on my phone so I could listen to some music while walking, But yeah, it was a different experience. But yeah, guys, we got somebody else with us. Let's introduce the guy that you all know as Mr. Butterboy, the man that knows without being told, Mr. 45. Believe it or not, heartbeats a minute. Do not let him tell you otherwise. Mr. RQ Durfman, how you doing, my friend? Durfman, are you
You're
muted?
muted.
Yes, he was. He was
All
also
right.
stuck on full screen because I'm grabbing some screenshots. Sorry, guys. Good
Mm-hmm.
morning, Lance. Good morning, Grass. Good morning, everybody that's on Rumble, on Twitter, on what else we have? Rumble, Twitter, YouTube, of course.
Yes, don't forget about
Jesus.
YouTube. We love you guys.
And of course, Pilled, Foxhole. So, guys, thank you so much for joining. This will be the last show for a while, and
Yes.
boy, do we have some amazing crumbs to show you.
Oh,
So, without further ado, let's just get into it.
yes, guys. So let me just start slowly, right? Like, let me show you, like we got a lot of, new arrivals among us, right? So this is why I set it up like this to show you guys how they're using their timestamps, linking to the Q boards, to, let us know that this is a real thing that they are doing, that this is not just a coincidence. Like some of these things that you're seeing right here are just really cute and nice, right? Like, hey, okay, they're saying go, good hunting, while those B-2 stealth bombers are returning home safely, right? After so guys, I'm so stressed. Due to after these successful strikes on Iran, right? Those nuclear sites. And Dan Scavino, he used the timestamp 452, to say enough is enough, and there's the go in the guild brackets, right? A military stringer saying good hunting. Well, that is exactly what those airplanes are doing, right? So, these are one of those things, entertaining us, showing us, hey guys, we're on it. He made sure to drop this at the 47th second, right? So just to make sure, hey, 4:52 p.m. Enough is enough. Good hunting. They were doing good hunting, right? Because their hunt was successful, right? So again, we're just going to show you a few of these things that they've been dropping after the Iran strike, and then we're going to get into the really meaty stuff, guys, the real confirmations, the real back and forth, that is going to be undeniable. Like you were saying, we're gonna I love how he's how they say it. Wait a minute. Let me see, guys. So there it is. We established a series of proofs for this specific reason. Undeniable, unpredictable, coincidence after coincidence, growth due to confirmation, real sources communicating with the people, unrestricted and together, right? This is what Q is doing. And by these timestamps, they're just letting us know, like, hey, guys, stay on the money, keep watching what we're doing, because some of them are just these timestamps that are linking with the information that they're putting out there. And some are these back and forth, undeniable confirmations, where we are going to go, guys. So let me just show you a few of them. This was dropped on the 2nd of June. The jet fighters coming back. Enough is enough. Military stringer, good hunting. Exactly what they were doing. Okay, and there's Trump saying thank you, right, to those military guys doing the mission. And Trump made sure to drop that at that beautiful time, guys. That glorious time of the day, 1717. That is 5:17 p.m., right? And again, he's ending it with thank you. And, that is exactly what the drop is saying, right? So again, just showing you, we're showing you these coincidences. So when the real meaty stuff comes, you don't say, oh, but that's just a freak accident, right? They're trying to let you see, and we, after 7 years, it's not like beating a dead horse, but we understand, we already know, like all of you guys in the chat, you already know that they're doing this. We're just showing this to the new arrivals, which we love, right? Because showing them how these comms are being set up, proving to you that they are aligning themselves with the Q drops and the mission that it has, right? The whole world submitted to Trump. We're going to expose all the evil, because after transparency comes the accountability, right? And we are in that accountability phase, right? We got Cash Patel, on his seat. We got Pam Bondi. We got Donald Trump in the White House. Man, we got great stuff, man. Nothing can stop what is coming. We got Elon with Dodge cleaning out the whole federal government. So when this snowball is going to roll, it will not be slowed down by anything on its path, guys. Just showing you, okay. And again, look at this. Trump is talking about the regime change on June 22nd, right? This was dropped by Q 7 years ago, June 27th. So this is just 5 days separated from an actual Delta, right? But Q is saying, we stand with the good people of Iran who are currently battling their installed regime for freedom. I know friends that fled Iran when this regime was installed, right? And Q is continuing here. True rule, the people have the power. Rise up and demand that they be removed. At some point, the military generals will act with the will of the people, simply because their own soldiers are those same people and have no choice. We stand with you. So here, 7 years ago, they were already on that topic of the regime change, right? And Trump is saying, hey, there's going to be really messy, but again, guys, things have to change in Iran, right? And beautiful that Q was already talking about this 7 years ago to the month, guys. 5 days separated from an actual 7-year Delta. Years ahead of schedule. Like Q is saying, planned for many years, right? And we can see, that the things that Q, the military movement that they've been trying to show us, that is going according to plan, right? And this is making us really excited. And there is one of those. Now we're getting started, guys, because Trump is doing misspellings. And like Q is saying, what is that drop again? Not 808, 708?
508.
508, sorry. I'm really busy in my head. 508, sorry.
You did it backwards.
Yeah, yes. That's classic Grasshopper, guys. The mirror. But there it is, guys. 508. And Anno's saying, and Q's reposting this. This is perfect. Plausible deniability to the world, yet ultimate confirmation to us. The timing in between tweets. Oh, dude. Take the mic, please.
The missing and replaced letters. This isn't a game. Trump himself is speaking to us. I mean, we are the autistic fueled engine that the world needs right now. I feel honored to be a part of this. Yeah, guys, that's drop 8. Oh, sorry, I almost did it.
508.
508, which, as you can see, was posted January 7th, 2018, guys. And
17.
there's your 17. That's right. So,
Okay, guys.
Yeah, when you
So,
look at the gap, go ahead, Grass.
no. So, what's up? What were you talking about?
We read the
just-
drop.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah. So the timing in between tweets, the missing and replaced letters. This is not a game. Trump himself is speaking to us, right? I mean, we are the autistic fueled engine the world needs right now, and I feel honored to be part of this, right? So, these things, the timing in between tweets, and that is what you're seeing right here, right? You can see that Trump is doing a misspelling, but the truth that he put first was at 1655-51. Well, 1655-51 to 1706-26 is 10 minutes and 35 seconds. And 1035 is saying typo, confirmed typo. So when this stuff is happening, you're really going to pay attention, right? So, but guys, I have to round off the show, so I'm going to just push through. Lance and Durfman might want to hang around and look at what Trump is doing and go through the meetings. I have to go down, but let me just finish what I started. So confirmed typo, Donald, right? And the thing is, guys, did I put it in there? Yes. So this is the actual misspelling, right? Foreshadowed by this one, right? The MEGA, make Iran great again, right? Connecting to those Q proofs, that we had before. And here's Trump, guys. He's misspelling the 80th character. And drop 80 is saying things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. Wizards and warlocks, right? The wizards and warlocks, because he's replacing the L with a K, right? And the only drop on the boards with the K in the kill brackets is wizards and warlocks from drop 144, right? And that drop is spelling out Patriots don't sleep, 40,000 foot necessary to understand the global events, like this drop is saying, 80. If you count the characters, right, you come to the 80th character that he's misspelling. Drop 80 is saying things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. And there it is, guys. Understand 40,000 foot is necessary to understand the US, Saudi Arabia, and global events. Paint a picture. And here it is, guys. The Q group, what is no such agency? Who has the clearance to the full picture, right? But there it is. It spells out US risk this week, right? Forgotten country. I just put all the brackets together, right? This is how Q was talking to us. US risk this week, forgotten country, right? And interesting, when Trump was announcing that he bombed those nuclear sites, he was thanking God, right? And, his whole demeanor was so, I don't know, it had something. I never saw Trump like that, like I saw him, at the end of that announcement. But now we are looking at the truth number, right? Because when Trump is doing something like this, we're not just going to look at everything and, to find something nice. But when the misspelling is foreshadowed by this one, confirmed typo, there is a meaning why he's doing this, right? And when you go here and you got the numbers and you got all, the 80th characters that he's misspelling, the wizards and warlocks, and the K is the only drop that has warlocks in it. But then, there's so many, there's no coincidence anymore, right? So let's see what Trump is doing here with his truth number, because 2793 is saying a series of scenarios is currently being conducted, game systems, to test response risk and calculate results. It talks about Iran. It says 0 day. Think emergency alert system, right? Okay, US risk this week. Things need to be solved, necessary to understand global events. And Trump is going around the world, guys. So this is one of those really nice ones, right? Like, okay, wait a minute. This is not just a coincidence that he misspelled it, right? Let me see if there's something. Yeah, so there it is again, right? So Trump now, so instead, so he was doing a misspelling, right? And then he corrected it, right? Over here, he's doing a double tap, an exact letter for letter truth with no misspelling. So here is doing a misspelling and he's correcting it a few minutes later, right? He's doing no misspelling, but he's double posting the same truth, right? And the thing is, he's talking about, wait a minute, let me show you this. So this character, let me just show you. No, I don't have the time, guys. Sorry. You just have to believe me that this is the 80th character. When you take away, like I showed you over here, all the spaces are gone, right? Because this aggregator is counting also the spaces as characters, right? So when you look at the spaces, you have a good view on how many spaces there are. But when you look at the characters, the spaces are counted as characters, right? So you got to remove the spaces like this to really see the actual letter count that he is misspelling, right? And it is the 80th character, right? Look at what he's doing here. He's double tapping the same truth and he's saying 20, 30, 30. How much is 20 plus 30 plus 30? 80, right? Okay, I see. So that's really interesting, right? So he's doing this misspelling, with, announcing the misspelling, having the misspelling, and then correcting it, now doing a double tap with no misspelling, but hitting 20, 30, 30. That is back to drop 80. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. The wizards and warlocks. Okay, interesting also that, this drop is talking about Saudi Arabia, and here it talks about Saudi Arabia as well, right? Everywhere you can see Iran, Saudi Arabia, so global events. Over here, you can see that the time in between is 105 seconds. High value targets. Well, what is Trump talking about? The same thing, right? Hit their marks. Great pilots. Thank you again. Thank you, because drop 105 is saying, please pause and give thanks to those who would die to save our republic, right? So there's the thank you also in drop 105, the seconds in between those two drops. And there is the minutes, right? 1 minute 0.75 is talking about the captain. He's talking about the captain. The great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew, right? The captain over there. Bunker, Apple, Yellow Sky. They dropped, I think, 12 or 13 bunker busters on those on those sides, right? And there, drop 175 is saying, do you believe in coincidences? Learn how to read the map, right? So again, how many coincidences do you need, right? Again, the misspelling, correcting it, so kind of the same. He's dropping the same truth, only then correcting the misspelling. Here is dropping the same truth without the misspelling, but hitting, the same words, the same thoughts are in the Q drops. The same, how do you say that? Keywords are in the Q drops as in his truth, guys. But yeah, so I really have to move on. So he's talking about the Department of Energy. So DOE is regards to the Q clearance, right? Somebody that has the goods on uranium 1, and it says, does it refer to somebody working at the DOE, Department of Energy? Does it refer to somebody dropping such information that has the highest level of security within all departments? It talks about nuclear weapons, right? It talks about Iran. It talks about uranium 1, and it says the calm before the storm, guys. The spaces here, he's dropping an extra space, 2 spaces in between the exclamations, and the A brings us to drop 12. And they're saying the military intelligence Referenced above is the biggest, absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Good guys are winning, right? And the timestamp of Trump at 9:37 is saying, we are winning big. We're all connected in this fight. The world is helping. Trust that there are more good than bad. Trust the plan, guys. And again, that is what we had right over here. You know, trust the plan. There are more good guys than bad. You know, the world is helping in this whole endeavor, right? There it is, guys. Peace through strength. Iran and Israel are now shaking hands, guys. So congrats to the world. It's time for peace. So Trump, we really love you. And after that, guys, Dan Scavino dropped that thing about the peace in the Middle East, dropping it at a timestamp that is bringing us at the end. All will be right. Loading, and I've learned from somebody in the chat that Flynn was also one of those deltas. And 2329 is that Decode Q drop, right? The animal morale is really, really high. Let's do this, guys. So again, Trump and the team, thank you so much for installing peace on the world. And there it is, guys. Trump card coming. The Supreme Court allows the restart of swift deportation of immigrants. Again, guys, so winning, winning, winning. The Trump card is coming. And there is Trump, you know. And he's wearing that beautiful white hat, right? Man, the white hat in the Netherlands. And there is the boss meeting King Willem-Alexander and Queen Maxima from the Netherlands, guys. So again, when you see Trump's demeanor, I don't know. He's kind of, you know, he's smiling and, you know, walking away. You see, I don't know. He's like, I got you. I got you. You know? He still wants to say something and then he moves away. There's no sound here. Yeah, so, you know, like, I don't know. He had a great time in the thing. But there it is, guys. So when Trump came to the Netherlands, they were dropping this video of him with the white hat, right? He had the white hat. He was coming down the stairs, and they were dropping it with a 51-second mark, guys. Drop 51 are one of those favorite drops that we love to read, right? Dear Patriots, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. Rest assured that POTUS is backed by the absolute finest people alive, who are all dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the US and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. The White House. So again, beautiful that Trump is dropping this with a beautiful 51-second clip, guys. There's some more crumbs, guys, in this, but I have to keep moving. But the 51 was one of those things. And then we can see that Trump is doing another. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. No. This is a way bigger drop, guys. I knew there was more. There is more. But again, guys, I just want to show you that when we were dropping this decode, I was doing a misspelling, right? When I dropped this, am I still on air, by the way? Or did you guys lose me?
No, you're here. You're good.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, guys. So when we were doing this decode, the Crown Jewel decode, at 4:54 p.m. on June 24th, when Trump was coming in, right, shaking the hands of the king, arriving in Holland on Schiphol Airport, guys, arriving in my hometown, we had a little misspelling here, right? And again, guys, we were saying, if you've seen our shows, you understand the gravity of what is unfolding, right? You guys know that we always stop the show by reading this drop, right? And over here, okay, so wait a minute. So, let me see. So there is the misspelling, guys. Now check the gap of his meeting with the King of the Netherlands, right? So keep this one in mind, right? You know, and just saying, the crown jewel decode, right? With a misspelling with the double I, right? In there. So when you can see, let me see, how did I pull it up? So the timing between rapid response, and shout out to rapid response, we love you guys, and then who actually dropped that video that I just showed you with no sound. The timing between was 15 minutes and 18 seconds. Let me see where the drop is. 15:18 talks about Huber, right? The sealed indictments, and it's saying, well done, Anon, shows commitment. So first off, we had that the drop that we so love to read, right? Drop 51. And 15:18 is well done, Anon. It shows commitment. Another drop that we so love to read is drop 153, right? 153 over here is saying, for the coming days ahead, ask yourself an honest question. Why would a billionaire who has it all, fame, fortune, and a warm and loving family, want to endanger himself and his family by becoming POTUS? Why would he want to target himself and those he cares about? Does he need the money? Does he need the fame? What does Trump get out of this? Does he want to make the US and the world a better place for his family and those good and decent people who have long been taken advantage of? Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of mass murder occurring to satisfy Moloch. And perhaps he could not stomach the thought of children being kidnapped, drugged, and raped, while leaders and law enforcement of the world turned a blind eye. Perhaps he was tired of seeing how certain racist countries were constantly being abused, kept in need, poor, and suffering, all for a specific purpose. Perhaps he could not, in good conscience, see the world burn, guys. So again, a beautiful collage of these favorite drops that we love to read. Again, there you have the 255 saying, learn to read the map. You have more than you realize. And there comes the kicker, guys. The seconds in between 9:18 is an Anno saying, I swear Trump is killing me here, right? He keeps putting out clues that he keeps putting out clues, right? Like these. And Q is saying, you are learning. Or is it somebody else? You are learning. How many coincidences before it becomes mathematically impossible? Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here, right? Trump is killing me. Trump himself is speaking to us, right? Drop 508 that we just showed you, right? This is not a game. Trump himself is speaking to us, right? We are the autistic fruit engine the world needs right now, and I feel honored to be part of this. So when Trump arrived to the Netherlands, they were dropping this epic gap code, the timing in between, right? The missing and replaced letters, right? That we saw, and guys, the missing and replaced letters, like I showed you, we had a misspelling here, right? Meeting with double I. That's not how you write it, Grass. So interesting. So this happened on the 24th on 4:54 p.m., right? 4:54. Later that night, guys. And just understand, this is 4 p.m. in the afternoon. We had this misspelling with the double I. What does Trump do, guys? At 9:30, 48 minutes, he's dropping the fake news, he's, and saying they are getting slammed by the public. And he's doing the misspelling with the Times with double I, guys. So, okay. Now it's really getting hot, guys. So again, the fake news and the New York Times getting slammed by the public, guys. The time in between his misspelling and his correction with the Times with one I is 16 minutes and 03 seconds. 1603, guys, is showing if you continue to proceed down this dangerous path, just know that we are prepared. The game is over when the public knows. There it is, guys. They are getting slammed. The fake news is getting slammed. And there is the gap code 1603. The game is over when the public knows. The fight to keep the lights off is all that matters to you, but you will fail. The American people are awake. You lost control, sheep no more. You underestimated their resolve and their ability to free think away from the pipeline narrative. We will declass. We will shine light. There is nowhere to hide. No amount of money, influence, or power can stop this. our rights to secure and protect at all costs, then becomes justified. We stand at the ready, red wave, white squall. In God we trust, right? Again, Bolton and Putin should scare you. And again, it's all about Russia, right? It's all about our enemies, our allies, guys. Evil has no place here. America is no longer for sale. And here's a little dodge action. The age of taxing our citizens across the world. No, wait a minute. The age of taxing our citizens, the U.S. citizens, across the world by while entry to our markets is free and over, right? So again, they're taxing, the American are picking up the bill for the world, right? While everybody around the world can freely come in America and do their business there, right? That's not how it works, guys. So a little dodge foreshadowing here. The world will unite in this cause. Read the Bible, God wins. But again, guys, beautiful that we have, the misspelling over here, and then the misspelling over here, and then the correction over here, saying they're getting slammed by the public, and the gap code in between is showing us. Indeed, guys, the game is over when the public knows. The fight to keep the lights off is all that matters to you, right? So again, they're getting completely destroyed, guys. Beautiful how this is happening. And just a little look at this one. So Miss Penny Black also showed me a few of her crumbs, which were beautiful, guys. So please follow Miss Penny Black, guys. She's an awesome asset. But the extra I is actually the 179th character, guys. 179 is saying build the big picture. Break it down. Make a meme so the normies, for them to calm and educate. But again, the drop is saying, build the big picture, break it down so we are ready for the storm, guys. It shows you Act 2, right? The Act 2, and there is times, right? Times 2. So with 2 eyes, Act 2, Scene 4, and there it goes to the go order. And to execute, right? Execute the go order. And this was when the Rothschilds, guys, their helicopter got blown out of the sky. Yeah, so let me see if I got some more on that. So we had all these incredible compilations in the gap codes, right? Of all our favorite drops that we love to read, right? And at the end, Trump is saying, the day begins this morning, right? In the beautiful Netherlands, the king and the queen are beautiful and spectacular people. The breakfast was great. And again, you can see that Trump is posting out 36 spaces, guys. In this truth, he's putting out 36 spaces. And when you go to drop 36, that's one of our favorite drops, right? 36 is saying, the only way is the military. If Trump failed and we failed and Hillary Clinton assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. And there it says, there's simply no other way than to use the military is that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country, guys. So for this to happen, guys, all these crumbs, the misspelling and the timing, right? With the double I that we had over here, with all these beautiful crumbs, it's a beautiful confirmation. While Trump is, in the Netherlands. So Trump, seeing this makes me really happy. This is why I wanted to go live, but I have to go down, guys. This is the final show, and I have to say goodbye now. Let me give the mic to Lance and Durfmay if they want to continue. You guys have the mic. Sanctificate sister, we love you. We also want to thank everybody for their the gifts. Let me go to the text of Miss Grasshopper, because she posted to me in the last show all the names of all those beautiful analysts out there. Okay, so let me just read a few of them. It's not all of them, guys, but again, it's let me just thank Joanne, Fred, Heather, Diane, Jordy, Mikey, Angela, Dick Tracy, Anita, Lawrence, Van Beek, Valerie, our sister Valerie, we love you, Elaine, Mary, Kate, Another Elaine and Heidi, sister, and Jamie WV, sister. We love you to the moon and back. The Frustrated, sister. We love you. Thank you so much for everything that you guys are doing. I'm sorry I have to go. And again, I see a lot of 10 subscriptions, guys. So again, thank you all so much for your epic support. I have to go down to Miss Grasshopper, and yes,
Well,
see you in a week.
Let me just tell you very, very quickly. Today appears to be Rosa Nevi's birthday.
Awesome.
And she also gifted 10 subscriptions. So thank
Awesome.
you so much, Rosa Nevi. Happy birthday. Who knows, right? Might be sharing a birthday with a little baby Hopper there. So
it's not there yet, guys. It's not there yet. But like it's I don't know.
It's definitely getting close.
It's getting really close. It can be today, tomorrow, the day after, but it's like she called me down, like she needs me to help her out, so I gotta go, guys. Don't be how do you say that? Don't be nervous, or don't be everything is good over here. It's just like I have to go down to help her out, make her some water, and just make her comfortable. And yeah, guys. We thank you so much. This is going to be the last one. I'm going to miss you guys. Susie Q, we love you. Yeah, guys. So let me give. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
what do you want to do,
Lance? What do you say?
I mean, of course, I got videos and stuff to show if we want to keep going.
I
know you got decodes, of course, Durfman.
I got a couple.
Like maybe it's nice to watch what Trump, just click through the RSBN to see what Trump is saying, right? To go through his speeches at NATO and his meeting, and getting off the plane in Amsterdam, like those things are fun to click through, and just have some fun, guys. I really have to go. Again, it might be so that it's all false alarm, and I can do a show tomorrow. But again, guys, I really have to go. I love you guys, and see you in a few days. And yeah, guys, I love you to the moon and back. Thank you so much for your epic support. I'll be coming back as a different man, right? So I really love you, and Godspeed. Lance, take it away.
All right.
All right.
Goodbye, guys.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Grasshopper. Amidst your own personal storm. By the way, go if you don't need to listen.
Going.
Okay, go.
Goodbye.
You don't need to listen to this.
I love you.
I'm just
love you guys. Love you, Lance. Love you, Derf. Bye.
So, and I will say on behalf of the chat, Grasshopper, we really appreciate you. And if you give me a moment, I will go ahead and share my screen. And I think Lance started sharing his. Thank you, Lance. You're quicker than I am. I don't do this very often, right? So,
right? What are we doing? No, I'm joking.
So I'll say this. I can stick around for a little bit, but I can't stick around for too much longer. I don't know about you, Lance.
Then go ahead and we'll do yours. And then if you have to take off, then me and everybody can kind of we can watch my videos that we've made and different things like that, right? So because I do got some kind of deeper, darker side of it, right? But to hear those type of stories with the child trafficking and stuff like that, the real guy right behind that movie and all the ops actually came out now, right? Like he stopped doing the operations and now he more focused on the movie, right? Sound of Freedom, because for him, he can do all these ops and it just kept getting worse and worse, right? So he's like, we got to bring awareness and stop this, right? So go ahead, Durf. I will stop sharing my screen and it's all yours, brother.
That means I got to share mine. All right. So let me see. How do I do that again, Lance? So it's at the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah.
So share. I was looking at more.
Yeah, no, it's
Sorry,
right there,
guys.
share.
Sorry, guys. Okay, and then I have to share sound. I learned that from last time. All right.
And there we go.
Okay, guys. Hey, just to say that RSBN does have a few videos as well that you can go through. These appear to be from yesterday, but if we go to the live and we see it right here, they are live right now. And Trump had a 47-minute speech earlier today. So if you guys want to watch that, if Lance wants to, do a watch party of that, that's another video for you.
You know I
So
can't watch and not decode. That's why I don't watch them.
right. But, you know, well, I was
Hey, it's
saying,
fun to have all three of us though when we're decoding those, right? Like,
I absolutely hear you.
but
Yeah.
we might not have a chance to decode those for the next couple months. So yeah,
Well,
the chat loves the decode, right? When we did our watch parties, the couple of times that Grasses took off for vacation for months, right? So we've been here before.
mhm. And who knows, I guess, Lance and I, we can talk on the side and, you know, um, I know I will be busy the next couple of days. My parents have some family coming over, so I'll be helping out with clearing up a few things, cleaning here and there, etc. So after that, uh, you know, I might be down to, let's say, go back and do this one. Maybe if there's any other ones. I know he's got something July, I believe it was July 3rd. Then again, I'm not 100% sure about that. But hey,
Otis
while
speaks
I'm,
every day. I mean,
well, yeah,
there's
there's
not a
that
day
too,
that doesn't
right?
go by, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could very easily just go through, I think we did do this one, right? Yeah, that was the short one, the short 4-minute one. But if we go through, I'm sure there's a few videos
Yeah,
that we
that's a full day right there. We start decoding all these. That's what, 4 to 5 hours per per
well,
per speech.
without Hopper, I don't think we'll be digging as much as you know, as much as Hopper would, right? So it might
I
be more
know
like 2
because
hours instead of 4.
like I don't.
This
You guys, of course, like the chat knows how awesome Grasshopper is, right? But to be on this side of it and watch this man just tie everything together, right, is freaking amazing. And that's why me and Durf are kind of like, we can do the shows, but without Grasshopper, right? Like all
yeah,
three of us together just see so much, right? And we're just such a good team of, right? All of us kind of seeing different things, watching different, right? Sides of the comms coming in. Um, yeah, but without Grasshopper, it is.
yeah,
I wouldn't
it's
say it's hard, right? Because we still see it, but man, just the way he ties everything together is me and Durf both sit back in amazement still to this day. What is this? Almost 3 years later.
we're we're getting close to 2, right? The first
Not
one was in August.
of
Yeah,
23.
yeah, August of 2023.
Yep.
Yeah, because May of 2023 is those, those fingers crossed that that little that I know would start me on a fun journey with Hopper, right?
Yeah, me
So
too.
hey, let's very quickly. I want to give a shout out to everybody on YouTube who's been uh, chiming in, from Plinks Girl to uh, COC, Homie, Donna Caulfield, LEQ 1776. Natasha, who was saying Guten Mittag, right? I think I got that close. Tina Baldwin, Hank, Mr. Anderson, Tifo, not Tito, right? Just just kidding, guys. Yeah, something. Yeah, you guys, cock base, COC. There we go. Kimberly Downing, very good to see you too. Jordy, Tippy Top, LVG 73, Right Wing Chungus. I did see Parco as well earlier. Blues Breakers. You missed Grasshopper. He's asking, what did I miss? You missed Grasshopper going over the the last few days worth of crumbs and just the absolute ridiculousness, you know. Um, Listen, I definitely won't give it justice if I try to show you. So I definitely recommend, uh, you know, waiting. Well, I recommend watching the rest of this because I'm going to show a few decodes, and then Lance is going to show a few decodes, show a few videos. Probably going to hold back, I guess, on what was said earlier today, and we might save that for who knows? I gotta check a few things out. Then again, I was gonna say I don't think I'm rehearsing Friday, but then again, I'm probably still gonna go over and I had a couple of shows, guys. Yesterday was what we call La Saint-Jean in Quebec, what we call our national holiday, even though we're a province. So I got to play a little show with my singer. That was fun. Also had a little show Saturday, which was fun for the most part. There was a little bit of rain, so we were outdoors, and that put a hamper on our night for a little bit, but we stuck it out, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, so all that to say that I might not be available after all Friday, but Lance and I will talk. You guys have our socials, so you can keep an eye. We just might do a watch party or two here and there while we wait for Hopper to come out of his cocoon and and yeah, Hopper out. So, oh man, I am terribly unprepared, Lance. I gotta admit.
I know. I just set all my tabs up. I was
Hey,
like, oh, go. Once Grasshopper goes, take the mic, right? Yeah, that's
yeah,
we knew he was outros.
yep. But you know what? I do want to show this just because you guys have to, and we're gonna put it in the chat anyway, right? Like if you're not already following Grass on Twitter, there you go. Follow him on Twitter. Just so that you could see what happened here, guys. Let's blow this one up. I'm gonna pull this guy down. I just want to show you guys that, Grasshopper made a spelling mistake here. Instead of writing meeting, he wrote my I ting. So instead of a double E, he put a double I there. And that was followed by Trump last night posting at 9:30 and 48 seconds, posting completely destroyed. Both the Times with two Y's and CNN are getting slammed by the public. So, Bluesbreaker, that's kind of what you missed amongst a plethora of other amazing decodes, coincidences, if you will. So, yeah, make sure to watch the loop. Grasshopper has to go. give a hand to Miss Hopper, who is about to, they're about to become parents. So
Any day now.
yeah, it's happening, folks. We want to give a big shout out, by the way, again to Rosa Nevi, and I believe I have that right. Rosa Nevi. It is her birthday today, and she happened to gift 10 subscriptions, guys. So thank you so much, Rosa. We want to welcome, can you hear me now? 411, Lil Me, Arizona, Starla 20, Lulu 51, Santa Fe Kate, Master Guide, FGH Sinclair, Myers. Good to see you, Myers, fellow Canadian. Brad WL, and yeah, I believe that's 10. So, guys, welcome to the Red Castle Club. And thank you also to Santa Fe Kate for gifting Susie Q a Red Castle. Guys, that is amazing. Uh, you know, eh, Lance and I appreciate it as much as Grasshopper does when we see you, either gifting coffees or subscriptions or doing little rumble rants. You guys are phenomenal, and we really appreciate you guys so much. Um, so where do I go now? Do I? Yeah, I didn't. I started, then I stopped. I guess I'll just show you guys right quick. Let me see. Here we go. So, do we want to do any very quick, taking a look at a couple of, 'cause no, those numbers, they kind of look interesting to me, don't they? Don't they look interesting to you, Lance? At 1144, 44, 45.
4441. Yep, we're at the end of the Q
Those
drop.
those ring bells to me. So 1144. Let's do 44. 11. Let's do 1444. 4441. My apologies. 4445. We got 35 and 53 at the end. So
What's the
why
video
not?
length?
Ah, yeah, this QAG. The
Just scroll
videos
to
are
the end.
loading.
Will it go?
A minute 20.
There's
Didn't
an 80.
Hopper didn't Hopper
There's your
mention 80?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the videos this morning, they have been very slow on the website. So it's kind of, yeah, that's kind of why I clicked onto the Truth Social here. So let's see what we have. Okay, we've got to follow the pen. The wait will the wait will soon be over.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, considering why Hopper had to leave, right? Twitter down, injection good. Guys, there's a reason why that made me laugh. And let me see if I can show you. Oh, look at this. So
Where is this
35,
now?
35 right here, guys. That's that's the post number, right? The last 2 digits. And that is your first 41020 drop.
Not only that, he's posting from Air Force One. POTUS will be
Good.
insulated, protected on Air Force One and abroad. Specific locations are classified.
Guys. How fun is that? See, we can have fun, you and I, without what? Not saying
Well, of
like,
course. That's what Tippy Top was saying. Like, you guys don't give yourself enough credit. We're like, no, no, no. Like,
well,
we're more talking about when we're live decoding, right? like,
yeah,
like this is live decoding, right? But the speeches are on a whole nother level, right? Because it's the keywords and the timestamps and the right. There's so much different things in those live speeches. But this decoding, right? Decoding the posts, yeah, like there's so many. I mean, we already knew it was going to be good, right? Just by right, Durf?
yeah.
You're like, well,
I
those
mean,
numbers look interesting. Let's see.
I gotta admit, I
And
didn't
and I
remember the 35. It always kind of catches me off guard, this one. It's always like, oh, yeah, that's, to me, that's an equivalent of Q plus right there, right?
yeah, DJT.
So,
Here,
so,
I got one for you to play. Look at this. Look at this. So you see how he says it was a very successful mission.
are you posting it in the chat? Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Sorry. It was a very successful mission obliteration, right? You see that in his tweet? I mean, in his post.
Hold on, let's.
Like I just made this
Oh,
before we went live. See, 1034. Look what I said. Did you catch the marker? Obliteration. Our movement. Giving power back to the people. What did POTUS just say? It was a very, very successful, it was called obliteration. This incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement. That is
ooh,
crazy, dude. Now play the video.
let's go
There's
here.
one less I have to play, huh?
Oh, wait, your video. Let's start with your
Yeah.
video. I was going to. Okay, let's pump up the volume.
This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have scum that's in this group, and not all of you are. You have some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they tried to make this unbelievable victory into something less. Now, even they admit that it was hit very hard, okay? But it wasn't hit hard. It was hit brutally, and it knocked it out. The original word that I use, I guess it got us in trouble because it's a strong word. It was obliteration. Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt. Now, when I say corrupt, I'm talking about totally corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. When I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
Woo! How you like them apples?
Boom.
Obliteration. He's talking about peace, right? American strength, historic. What do we always say? It's going to be biblical, historic, right? Like, dude, when I heard him say obliteration, right? And he said, what did he say? Like the original. So he even says like when I said it first, right? in the speech that got President Trump elected, right? When he goes off. And that was what I clipped up, just that first part, right? Of him saying we're giving the power back to the people. And then that second one was him before he took office, right? This time saying I'm gonna obliterate the deep state. So we've heard him say it a lot of times during the rallies, right? I mean, it was every rally where he basically said we're gonna obliterate the deep state, right? So yeah, such great times that we're living in. You seen him go off and drop the F-bomb yesterday, right? And he put everybody in place, dude. Everybody went, whoop, okay, sorry. Like, okay, we're done. Right? Like when he dropped that F-bomb, I think someone was explaining it. It's kind of like kids, right? Acting all crazy. And then you come in and just like, what the fuck are you doing? Huh? That's basically what he did to them, right? Like, and not only that, he called out Israel first, and then he basically said that Iran either launched that missile or didn't. He said they did it. It might have been a mistake. So, man, right? Like just to watch this play out is amazing, honestly. Like it's freaking June. We're still, what are we, 6 months in?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right? It's been 6 months and look at all that's happened, right? So yeah, we're in such a great time. We're seeing everybody to tell the people of Iran to stand up and take back their country, right? Like everything is falling in line, and Q told us basically that Israel is last, but so is America, right? Like all these things have to happen for it to happen, right?
Right.
So yeah, amazing times we're living in, and yeah, I'm excited to wake up every day, honestly.
Let's see this.
As you know, last weekend the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and it was very, very successful. It was called obliteration. No other military on earth could have done it, and now this incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. I got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones.
Very interesting. And
Yep.
Chan
And
is
that
saying
goes back
12
to
days.
Millie and all those people that went against him, right? It wasn't just Millie. There was a lot of people that basically went against the chain of command, right? Like that's you can't do that. And now if you see it, like everybody's getting caught for selling intel or yeah, you guys just have to go look at the DOJ, honestly, just because there's so many arrests that are happening, right? It's insane, honestly. Not insane, but it's good to see, right? Like at least people are being prosecuted. Because you can bring them to trial all you want, right? If the judge doesn't prosecute, it doesn't matter. And these people are being put away for pretty much their life, right? I mean, if someone's 80 years old and they get put away for 10 years, that's probably it, right?
Probably.
So,
funny.
but I don't know. Evil people live forever, so you never freaking know.
Well,
They never die. They're like vampires. So
Yeah,
joke
I
there.
mean, I I trust the plan. I hope
Oh yeah, we're
so
seeing it play out, right? Like it's yeah, you see everybody now like, ah, ha, ha, yeah, Q wasn't real, right? Uh-huh. Not only that, look how many people went against POTUS, right? Like immediately, he's starting a war. It's World War Three.
right.
And then the real MAGA just sat back and went, yeah, we're gonna watch this unfold. Number one, you always give it 48 to 72 hours, right? That is the freaking rule. They even break their own rule. So
Yeah,
they just go out and panic because they hate Trump so much, and it just exposes them. I mean, like he said, like the CNN isn't even saying that the military did a good job. Like, forget what Trump did. You can't at least praise the military, right? Like, at least give them something, right? So, to all those vets that pretty much hear that, right, and all the active military that, I mean, what they went with some fake leak that came out of the out of the DAI, or some, some military, right, Pentagon leak, which is complete bullcrap, right? Um, that was
right.
pretty much the news yesterday. And that's kind of what Trump was talking about, was CNN being fake. And in one of the Q drops, it actually says that CNN's being set up, right? So, you, the deep state can't help itself, man. Like, TDS is real. These people hate Trump so much that they'll betray their country, right? Like, that's some straight retardation. I'm joking.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do have some that are, yeah, it gets that bad. Oh, let me see. Sorry, I'm gonna close this window. Sorry. If you only saw, like, yeah, I was working on this, and then I
If
had
you've
to
seen
stop.
Durf's Madness, you're seeing an inside look.
Well, these are the recent screenshots, all from this morning. So, yeah, I wanted to do something. I guess I could show you guys.
You should just download the Q drops from QEgg.
I, yeah, I don't know. I'd rather, I don't know. It's, yeah, I was having fun this morning, guys. I guess I did not end up taking the screenshot that I wanted to take. So, okay, well, here's what has happened this morning, guys. I noticed this user, cool. I guess he started following me, so nice. He mentioned to QAG you getting DDoS on the QAG news site. I chimed in with, yeah, we're getting it on the Nothing Can Stop What Is Coming and Try and Stop Us website as well. Which, just for fun, guys, I use those in a separate window just to show you guys here. Nothing can stop what is coming. That's where I search for the drops. And Try and Stop Us is where I go for my deltas, where I keep this digging option sort by hours, minutes, and seconds. So yeah, I thought that that was interesting because we also saw that Trump this morning, as you can see here, he dropped at 9:19 and 9 seconds. And I guess, yeah, just to show you guys, I did take a screenshot, qag.news. And yeah, if you guys don't know that I'm in Montreal, well, that's what the MTL stands for. So QAG was down this morning. And as you saw, Trump posted at 9:19 and 9 seconds. And here is drop 1909. Just going to expand it a little bit for you guys. 1909 is referencing 1905. 1905 is saying, anyone have problems with their Xbox Live accounts shortly after the drop yesterday? How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? So I thought that was funny. And as you heard, those of you who were there at the beginning of the show, even Grasshopper had some issues. People in Amsterdam, their phones weren't working properly, the networks were down. So, yeah, kind of interesting that, at that time, and I guess we could see that. Was I here? No, that's the White House. See, I posted at 9:01, and he posted at 9:19. So interesting that that's all happening at the same time. And then Trump happens to post again at 11:44. Darn it, I have, here we go. At 11:44 this morning, 11:44 and 45 seconds. When we look at 11:44, it gives us Twitter down. Injection. Good. So, yeah, this is what you'll get from us, guys. I'll give you, at least from me, I'll give you guys some surface crumbs.
Hey, on that
mhm.
on that part too, remember that like they were tracking POTUS through Twitter, right? Geolocation. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they told him. I think that's basically why his account got shut down, right? Well, that was after. I take that back. But yeah, I think at this time, right? Like he was being tracked by his Twitter, right? Like
That,
they were geolocating him.
I think so.
And that's why they're saying Twitter down, because they took it down, right? To get rid of that tracking POTUS.
Mm-hmm. And this was posted back in 2018.
Yep.
So I think that should line up. Well,
With a nice 17 and a 14.
yeah.
Hey, 1141. The mirror. That's pretty close.
Yeah. Close. Yeah. Close enough. So, well, we do have an 1141 here. Look at that. But
Oh, did we?
112917. Yeah, that was the previous
The
post
previous?
here.
Oh, nice.
From General Flynn.
Ah.
All right. Let's see. These 17s, they always stick out to me, right?
Yep.
Okay, here we have. Let's see this. Trump posting. Okay, he's posting a.
That's to the full press
yeah.
conference.
From the White House. Who we are going to see.
Trump at The Hague. Right after he fires missiles and destroys basically their nuclear power plant of not just Iran, but that was the EU as well. So,
right.
Yeah.
And hey, shout out to QAG, by the way. Because he got the site back up within an hour of being advised by
Yeah, thank
that,
God he wasn't busy, right?
yeah, I was,
You never know what QAG.
I did have a few thoughts like, oh man, I hope it comes back up before the start of the show, just in case.
You bastards.
So, so yeah, so let's see. Okay, guys, let's see what I got because I will have to get her going at some point. Yeah. Do I have a lot of tabs open? I do, guys. That's actually I don't know if you can see them, but you can trust me when I say this. So let me open a brand new window. And guys, I'm just gonna go to the media and see. Um, mm, hold on. Did I? Because I know I made a decode. I may not have posted it, but just in case I didn't, guys, interesting that here we had Dan Scavino posting this Donald Trump truth where he's saying our country is doing great, MAGA. Posted at 12:09:23, and if we mirror the minutes and seconds, we get 3290, 3290. Love of country flags out. So our country is doing great, right? Yeah, sorry guys. I thought I had, you know what? I may have made that decode and maybe forgot to post it. Because I'm pretty sure I've shown all these other ones, right? That Flynn one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, we showed you guys this one. Lance, do you remember if we did this? I'm so sorry, guys. I have a feeling we did. But very quickly, 2 0-minute deltas happened on the 19th, where we had General Flynn posting at 16:01, which we see drop 1564 was also posted. Oh, sorry, guys. That one was also posted at 16:01 on the 19th of 2018. So drop 1564. What do we see here? Reflections, right? That's why we like to look at mirrors sometimes. What a wonderful day. And since we like reflections, the mirror of 16:01, 10:61, what a coincidence. Well, then, what a coincidence that Trump ends up hitting another to the minute 0 delta at 8:53 p.m. Another 7-year delta, and this one was posted with a 7-second difference to post 1565. Just for fun, again, 1564, we have a picture here. We can tell, and we know by now that that's DJT. 1565, we have an announcing, come on, Q, who is it? This is the owl photo all over again. A lot happened today, and Anons are focusing on a damn blurry photo of some old man. Extra space. Ended already. NQ responds with 45, letting us know that that's Trump on the reflection. And if Hopper was here, he would explain to you guys in a much better way than I could about how that's one of the ways that they got around national security measures, if you will. So, doing reflections, taking pictures, and mirroring, etc. So let's move on because I kind of do have to go, and I do want to give the floor to Lance. This was kind of interesting, so why not?
Yep, I'm ready whenever you are. Just let me know.
Okay, guys. Why not? This. Okay, I think this was better. Anyways, let's go, guys. I caught Il Donaldo Trumpo posting on June 20th. And he was posting a picture. As you can see here, we have, let me see if I can enlarge. I can't. So here we have a picture where we see Trump posting at 1:11 p.m. and Melania responding at 1:17 p.m. Funny enough, that day we had Trump posting at 1:11 p.m. and Scavino posting at 1:17 p.m. I thought that was worth a mention. So, this one, I'll just show you guys very quickly how our last show started on the 22nd. We can see here that we went live at 10:14:07. A little 17 action. We just look at the hours and seconds. And at the same time, Rapid Response, they decided to post at 10:14 a.m. So I don't know how many seconds, but regardless, they posted at 10:14 on June 22nd. So that was pretty nice. Here, guys, I guess we showed this, and I'll show it very, very quickly. Here was at the end of the show. I'm not going to play the video. Team, you guys are phenomenal. This is me giving props to the team and letting you guys know that we have some deltas coming up. One of the VIP Anon and one of the QAnon baby. And so what happened later that evening is that Trump posted at 18:34 and 30 seconds. So what we have here is the middle. That's the most important one here because the middle gives us reversed 34:38. And we see the QAnon baby right over here. And on the 20th, we had a delta that just so happened to talk about QAnon baby right here. So that's kind of nice, right? What I thought was interesting was that delta had a Q plus, and if we look at the hours and minutes, 18:34, that gives us, they never thought she would lose. Now they all lose. Q plus. And the minutes and seconds gives us the Great Awakening. And this was, by the way, this was a big shout out to Miss Penny Black for this whole thing. And she also looked at the characters. The character count gives us 1347. The 1347 mentions, well, there's an Anon that mentions Iran. And Q responds with news beginning to leak, not new to Anons, old, future proves past. So we've got a little future proves past where, that afternoon I was mentioning a couple of deltas, one of them being the QAnon baby. And of course, he didn't post at 10:44. He posted at 6:34 and 30 seconds. And what followed right here is that Trump then posted at 6 18:38 and 51 seconds. And when you mirror the minutes and seconds, we get 1583. 1583 shows us VIP and on, which the delta for that day, and this one was at 8:18 p.m., showing us VIP and on, right? So that was kind of nice, you know. I for those of you who were there, you know, you can you can I hope you can appreciate it. And let me see what we have next. We had Trump posting at 4:45 and 55 seconds, and then later at 9:55 p.m. So first, 4:45 and 55 seconds, we had him posting about the damage to the nuclear sites in Iran is said to be monumental. The hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. Thank you. And if we look at 16:45, that drop says, play loud, be proud. It's got a video here where at the 17th second, we see military planes. And yeah, 16:45 is a beautiful one that ends with Q+. Then I highlighted here, drop 55, saying the storm is upon us. And then I looked at 9:55 p.m., where Trump was talking about monumental damage, obliteration. The biggest damage took place far below ground level. And as we see here, drop 9:55 gives us boom, boom, boom. So not much, but enough for me to make a graphic and show you guys. All right, here, let's see. Give me just a second, guys, because I want to see. Hey, why not? Thank you to maybe someone, I think they're in the chat. And they let me know that, and we know picked up on this decode here, which, you know, that was shared by Grasshopper. So thank you, Hopper, for sharing that decode. And LT saw that, thought it was good enough to put it on the June 20th episode. So there we go, guys. That was I was the hunted. Now I'm the hunter on June 18th. And on June 18th, drop 1546 says, happy hunting, B. Pain, pain, pain. Happy hunting, Donald. And let's see. Okay. Just to keep the chronology going, because why not, right? Okay, this one here, we have the White House posting at 7:08 a.m. And I believe about a minute later, and I can't confirm if it's exactly a minute or less, so just going to leave it as is, right? 7:08, the White House posted, and then about a minute later, President Trump reposted. So the White House decided to post a Pledge of Allegiance at 7:08. And if we look at one of the deltas for that day, 5-year delta with drop 4505, that mentions remember your oath. And what I thought was interesting, I highlighted drop 2119 because there are 2 drops where the Pledge of Allegiance is posted in. And what? I may have it right here. Okay, sorry guys. Let me drop this here. Let's expand this window. So as you can see, when you search in Q alerts, you see that there are 2 posts with Pledge Allegiance, or I pledge allegiance to. Okay, so we have it here, we have it here now. This drop, 2431, is very, very similar. There was a time when our children stood at attention. You guys can see that, right? Pledge allegiance. It is time we the people reclaim. Now, it also, here you've got quotation marks, and here you don't. Although they do continue with quotation marks here, freedom, right? So it's not quite the same drop, but you have again, it's time we the people reclaim what is rightfully ours. And then you have that here. But again, this one's a Q plus, whereas this one is simply Q. We definitely love those Q plus drops, right? So just drop this guy here. And yeah, just to finish this one off, 7:08 a.m. If we mirror that, we get 8:07. 8:07 is the one where they show an announcing we fill in the blanks. He hears us. We insert something here and show we understand how this works. And then Q is responding with, you are learning our comms. Yeah, I believe a lot of us are, right, Miss Penny? Right, Jordy? Right, Lance? Right there, fan? Yeah, I'm still learning, guys.
Right.
So, let's see. Sorry, guys, I've got this thing that comes down every once in a while from Zoom, kind of annoying.
Yeah,
But
it's been beautiful to watch everybody start decoding, right?
absolutely, and
Jordy's been on a roll. Miss Penny was adding yesterday when I added the gap code. I was like, this is as far as I got. Missing eye. So yeah, it's great to see everyone's brain just start clicking, right? Those, yeah.
absolutely. Well, this is how my brain clicked on this post. And it's very simple, guys. We have congratulations, world. It's time for peace. And this was posted at 16:02 and 34 seconds. Now, the characters is showing us 43, so we've got a little mirroring action going on. Congratulations, world. It's time for peace. And then 16:02 is showing us Donald Trump Jr. This is not the full drop, by the way, guys. There's a bunch under it, but I just wanted to keep it straight or clean, if you will. There we go. Congrats to the Democrats. Congratulations, world. Right? And then this one, huge hat tip to Miss Penny Black again, right? So we noticed that there was an extra space here when Trump posted yesterday morning at 1:08 and 43 seconds. And we see the extra space right over here is the 12th space. That's why I had a giggle earlier when Ted Phillips mentioned, like, yeah, the 12th is relevant. Well, there we go. I was giggling. I had it. We saw it because of this decode right here. So what Trump is saying is the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. And again, that is the 12th space here. And 12 gives us military intelligence, referenced above, is the absolute biggest insider drop this board will ever receive. And it ends with good guys are winning. And when we look at the total character count, 107. Again, a little 17 if you want to drop that 0. And 107 tells us, may God also grant all of us the wisdom to ask what concrete steps we can take to reduce the violence and weaponry in our midst. Note when we just sent the go orders. Coincidence, right? And then the key is right here, the middle of that timestamps, giving us 1084. 1084 saying POTUS hunkering down today. So, yeah. So that's, I thought that was interesting. You know, Trump saying the ceasefire is now in effect. 1084 saying POTUS hunkering down today. So, yeah, guys. Let me just see. You know what? I'll show this just because why not, right? I posted, let me see, I posted earlier, I reposted this decode because, again, it's just nuts how Grasshopper posted miting instead of meeting. So,
last weekend, the United States successfully
oh,
carried out a massive precision strike.
sorry, guys. I've got a video that just started. I'm not sure where it started from. I gotta admit. You can hear it, right?
Just barely.
Is this it? Oh, I had this happen earlier. This is not fun. Is this it? No, this is paused. Is this it? This isn't it. This isn't it. Well, 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 guys. This is fun. Let's see.
15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is
okay, looks like video started in QAG, guys.
17 minutes later.
17 minutes later, sure. Sorry about that, guys. My apologies. Yeah, guys, so just for fun, right? I typed this in. If you're not following at Grasshopper and watching the live streams, you're missing out on lots of fun. Guess what, guys? I did a little extra space here, and I didn't mean to do that one. And, you know, if you're watching the show and you're having some fun, well then, you know, you might start having some fun too, right? And if you guys know, I do post. Like sometimes, let's see, did I try to hit the seconds just for kicks, right? And did I hit them here? Looks like I did. So I posted at 9:19 and 17 seconds. So yes, I admit that I like to mess around. But I swear to God, guys, this was entirely organic. So I happened to post 17 words, 107 characters, right? And then just for kicks, what happens is I post this at 9:26 at the same time as Trump is posting something. So guys, this is an example of what happens when you start having fun with with the decodes. And I gotta say, like, this kind of looks like I'm putting an emphasis on me, but I'm not. Like, I'm not trying, don't make this about yourself. When you're making decodes, just if you see something, what do they say, right? Uh, I think it's and they will crumb. Let's look that up. And they will crumb. There you go. Make it and they will crumb, guys. And that was from 2141. 2 drops later, we have this beautiful. Oh, I didn't take from this one, but yeah, that's kind of what I did, guys. When you see me doing these zero deltas posts, all I did was I took a screenshot from one of these zero delta posts. So I made this, and now I include it when I get zero deltas, 0 minute deltas, I include this graphic, right? So again, just to go back to make it and they will crumb. Guys, I swear, again, I admit I like to mess around. Sometimes if you look at some of my posts, I will purposely post 17 characters or 17 words, but I swear on whatever I can swear on that this was 100% organic. And I just so happened to type 107 characters with 17 spaces. And then I happened to post that at the same time as Trump. So, guys, have some fun. Use the tools. As a matter of fact, why not share the tools, right? So let me post those, and for a change, let me post them in both chats. So we've got Q alerts and we've got QAG, and along with QAG, we also have these ones. I gotta bring it down again. Sorry, guys. We've got nothing can stop what is coming. We've got try and stop us. And we've got QAG, which I believe I had over here. Right here. QAG.news. There we go, right? Yeah, Jedi. 17's on fire. And Patty's pages. This is why this show is so fun, guys. Having you guys, Patty, Parco, Ted Phillips, Jordy, Miss Penny Black, Dawn333, she is awesome with the numbers as well. All of you guys that are participating during the shows. Ah, sorry. Sorry, guys. I hope my mic is at a good level. But yeah, Patty's pages noticing that 926, 2 plus 6 is 8, plus 9 is a 17 as well. I I did not plan for this, guys. Um, so have some fun with it, right? Um, just don't, you know, yeah, the reason I looked at this, guys, was I noticed the extra space after I posted it. And I was like, why is there an extra space? And then I realized, okay, yeah, I tagged Hopper. And then I figured, you know what? Let me look at the extra spaces. And the reason I do that is it's because of Hopper. That one time when I was responding to Trump saying, okay, I'm on my way to New Hampshire, vroom, vroom, vroom. And I had put an extra space just to be cute. And little did I know I had posted again 17 words with 17 spaces. So now, you know, that's the only reason why I looked at my number count was to look at how many spaces I had, and there you go, 17. So have some fun with it, guys. Uh, you got the links, Q alerts, QAG. Might as well post the side links as well, right? The character count right here. That's when, if you notice an extra space, sorry, is it posting? Yeah, if you notice an extra space or a misspelling in one of the posts, then you can go to this website and check out the character count. Now, this one, yeah, this will give me the whole thing, right? Uh, I believe we're gonna test it together. Boom. So this link will give you guys the opportunity to check the time in between. If you have the seconds, you can put them here. You hit calculate, and there you go. Then you can look up 540. You can look up, 324. You could look up 3240 because why not? And then you can also look up 2400 because why not? Just like here, I would probably look up 900 as well. And if you scroll down, guys, the time between two dates. So if you have, you know, Trump posting at 8:30 p.m. and then posting it again at 5:30 a.m. the next morning, you just scroll down and there you go. You can choose the dates. And I believe, if you there's other things here. You can check out dates, hours, time. Anyways, there you go, guys. Um, Patty's Pages is letting us know that Dan Scavino is posting. And I am curious enough to go take a quick look before I give the reins over to Lance here. So Scavino, 8:33 p.m. Did we have anything with that one? No, I don't believe so. Damn, Danny Scabs. Oh, Trump posted at 12:29 and 34 seconds. Total obliteration, Lance. Let
He
me
posted it on
see.
X too. POTUS just did.
Let us.
The word of the day is obliteration.
Okay. So rapid responses, reposting Secretary Doug Burgum, Ezra Cohen. Okay.
See, there's POTUS.
So 9 minutes, 11 minutes.
Oh,
Reposting himself at 12:55.
you thought you were going somewhere. Ha ha.
Oh, yeah, well, why not, right? So
As
what do
you're
we
showing
have?
how to use the calculator.
12:55:38, and we were over here. Where's the obliteration? 12:29, right? And 34. 12:29. 34. We're into PMs. Okay, guys. So, again, what I would start with would be the 26.4. But then you could also mirror the 4.62. You could do the 4.620. Same thing over here, right? You could do the 4.34, and you could do the 4.340, 26.07, and then 15.64 or 46.51. So why not? Why are there so many pop-ups with Zoom? It's getting annoying. Okay, we're gonna close this. We're gonna close RSBN. Sorry, guys. Was confirming if the Pledge of Allegiance was indeed an oath, and well, from my research, I believe it is. So we had him over here. I'm gonna stick this here. We're gonna actually minimize this guy a little. I'm gonna go in this window. Okay, so 264, 462, 4620, 434, 4340, 2607, 1564, 4651. Okay, so checkers installed. Truth about history attacked, altered, reformatted. Boy, and guys, if you haven't heard me quote one Bob Marley song, one that I love quoting is a song called Rat Race, written 1976. And in it, he says, don't forget your history, know your destiny. In the abundance of water, the fool is thirsty, right? And we are right here, the internet. As far as I'm concerned, that's the water, right? We're surrounded by it. Truth about history, right? Very important. Understand your history, know your destiny. Okay, what else do we have? 4620. Infiltration. 4620, that rings a bell, Lance. Does it not?
Yes.
Because that's the one you had made. You had made a pretty. Either you had made one big video or you made a little series, if I remember correctly. We're going a few months, of course, but I believe that's the drop, right? Infiltration.
Oh
Only
yeah,
those who
I
could.
think that's the one I did for my You Have It All series.
There you go. The You Have It All series. You can find it on Rumble. This drop, 4620. It's an important drop because it was posted in the summer of 2020, and it was letting us know what was about to take place. C19. We know what happened after, right?
Yep, and in that video, it's like 26 minutes long or something like that because we can look back and see what they were talking about, right? So
mhm,
that's like one of my favorite videos, actually. The way it's, you know what I mean? The way it's all put together, the way you can do, future proof past, basically. Like, yeah,
right.
I need to do more
So
videos on
guys,
that.
make sure you follow Lance. Give him a follow on his Rumble. Hey, uh, Lance, does this drop look familiar to you as well? 1564? That reflection?
Yeah, that's the reflection, the mirrors.
Yeah, that's the General Flynn decode that I did. General
Mm.
Flynn hit a delta on that day, right? Now, I did close the windows, but I think, boom, 1564, guys.
There it
So,
is.
yep, just about a week ago, Flynn posting at 4:01 p.m., hitting a zero delta to the minute with what we are looking at as this cap code. Ah, what's going on? Uh, all right, guys. Let's see what else we had. We had the 462 locked routed California IP and tag. 434 Patriot, your country needs you. You are not alone. God is love. 2018 will be glorious. Uh boy. Yeah, this is right around the time where, you know, the brakes hit hard for me. Because, I wasn't on board with POTUS right away. I was looking at the Rothschilds. Uh, they were promoting Hillary, so that was it for me, right? I was like, Donald Trump, he's a TV guy. He's clowning around, and he's just there to make Hillary look half decent. So I wasn't paying any attention to what she was saying or what Trump was saying. And then I thought they pulled a switcheroo on us for a year. And then the Q drops started, and December 22nd or 21st, technically, that's when Trump signed that executive order, which for me just, that's when, that's when I really started looking into Trump and I really started digging on Q. So yeah, guys, that was this post here by Donald Trump posted at 12:29 and 34 seconds saying, we caught the failing New York Times. And then we had Trump, I believe, over here at 12:55 and 38 seconds, as you could see, where he was reposting his truth post. And, it's nice to look at the timestamps and all. I mean, sorry, it's nice to look at the gap code, but we should also look. There we go. Sorry, guys, I gotta minimize things here. Sorry. But yeah, let's take a quick look. So we looked at the gap codes. Here we can look at, let's see, 1229. We've got 2293 and the mirror 3922. We've got 2934 and the mirror 4392. Stakes to some are roadmaps to others. How interesting. Hold on. What is this, guys? What is this, guys? That's Dutch, guys.
Yep.
Guys. That's what?
To all
That's
of our Dutchies and Grasshopper.
because that's around the time when Hopper was leaving, wasn't it? He got out around 12:30, right? Damn.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and check, but anybody in the chat, if you noticed around the time, and oh, well, Tifo noticed that it was 1:17 p.m. on the East Coast. For Jordy, 7:17. Nice. But yeah, if any of you guys noticed more or less around what time, or if even if you can go back on either the Rumble or Twitter, take a look at when Grasshopper left, because this drop, and it's flat out minutes and seconds. Minutes and seconds, 12:29:34. These are our Dutchy Patriots here, guys. We stand together. Where we go one, we go all. Boom. I don't know. That's beautiful to me. So, request fulfilled. What do we have? 2293. So that's the middle, the 2293. Thank you for fulfilling this request. Hive mind. So, I guess we could take a quick look. This might see. So there was a Q&A. On the 19th. Okay, more bandwidth. Can POTUS tweet a misspelling with a Q? What have we been talking about this whole show, guys? Well,
Yep, misspellings.
acquisitions. Let me see. I gotta pull my window up a little bit, guys. Sorry. No.
Single soul to their knees.
Sorry.
And it did for me.
That was a
I started
video
changing.
recommended to me by jeez, it was by Washington Trials. Sorry, guys. Damn. I am sorry, guys. I'm a little all over the road. Shout out to Bastiat. Sorry, guys. I am trying to get back to my to my messages as much as I can. Okay, so first we were here, and then we were over here, right? Sorry, guys. I'm getting phone calls. I'm getting messages as well, so I'm a little distracted. This thing popped up again. Here we go. Sorry for the delay, guys. So, here is the spelling mistake after that it was requested by an anon. Can POTUS tweet a misspelling with a Q? Trump posts false accusations. Instead, he posted acquisitions. And then Q comes back with where we go one, we go all. Misspellings matter, sentence formation matters. Learn. And then Trump came back with the proper spelling at 9:50. And I've thought about this, Lance. Sometimes when I see these things, I feel like pulling up QAG and trying to see if there's anything in the minutes and seconds. Now, would they have been playing with the minutes and seconds back then? I'm not entirely sure. Now, we do know that later on that they were trying to hit the seconds because, there was the mention of, come on, the 3-second Dan, and so on.
Complain over a 10-second delta. Yeah.
Right. So were they back then? I don't know. But
well, we went back and watched previous speeches and caught a lot of stuff, right? So
yeah, so
you never know.
You never know, guys. If you have the time, you look up a drop and you see, I wonder if there's anything with a gap code there. Well, then that's when you can, again, pull up this fun website.
That would be 23, wouldn't it? Would that be the gap in those two?
No, 13. 13. Let's see, where were we? Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, so 9:37 and 50, so that would be 13 minutes.
Oh, yeah. And then you would go to drop 13, and then you would count the space.
Let's see. Gunfire. Okay, so all right, not seeing much on this one. Sorry, guys, I should be reading those out loud instead of reading in my head. I'm so used to doing that. Like I'm just focusing in.
The world.
Shout out to Richard Rohr. Yeah, parents are doing great. They are keeping in shape. So, yeah. So again, that was looking here. We were looking at when Trump posted on Truth Social at 12:29 and 34 seconds, right over here. So shout out to Grasshopper. 29:34, guys. We stand together. Where we go one, we go all. Jeez, how spoiled are we, right? That's why, guys, you have to, you have to invite your friends and, go ahead and use the tools. And if you see a correlation between what is said in the post and the timestamp that you're looking at or the gap code, well, it might be worth making a graphic and then, like I showed you guys, you end up you end up making a post with an extra space somewhere, and before you know it, it's 17 words, and you got 7 spaces, and then you just so happen to post 107 characters, and then you just so happen to post at the same time as Trump, which it's ridiculous, right? But it's kind of fun at the same time too. So, guys, go ahead, make the graphics like Hopper here again. He's typing away. Instead of typing meeting, he typed miting. And then Trump pretty much mirrors that by doing what? A spelling mistake. And what matters? Misspellings matter, guys. Boy, on that note, wait. It's 1328. Is this one of the ones that I like? No, oh well, yeah, it is. 1328 always, yeah. Patriot, a person who loves and supports and defends his or her country. Q plus. I guess I must have done a few decodes in the past, and this one kind of sticks with me. The Q pluses, they have a way to stick. So,
And we just had a
guys,
sky event with the B2 bombers.
uh, yes, we did. And again, guys, on that note, I'm gonna uh leave the reins over to Lance. Lance, I'm probably gonna keep listening just because I can, but I really have to lend a hand with a few things here and there, guys. So on that note, I'm gonna say thank you again, everybody, for joining in. Hey, look at this example. Kimberly Downing having fun in the chat, doing a little gematria. Um, Deflustrated. Thank you so much for having our packs. And whenever, as I did just earlier, you know, posting a link just in Rumble, well, she's got my back. She posts it in YouTube. Thank you so much for this. And for moderating on YouTube along with Jordy. Thank you both for, making sure that the trolls aren't uh, invading like they did on the last show, right?
Yeah, we had a wave of
Oh yeah,
troll
one
attacks there. We're zapping
one
them.
one guy was just relentless. Just he figured, hey, I'm gonna do one of my side accounts, thinking like, what? We're not gonna ban the side accounts? Come on, guys. But hey, when you're over the target, you get things happening to you or to QAG, right? Didn't I? I'm gonna close this window
Or our
because I
feed.
can.
Yeah.
Where was QAG this
It's been a
morning?
while since we got attacked like that though. We had a pretty good run there of, not too many trolls. That one
I
was a straight bot though. That was
I I agree. Like, yeah, like it's now that I think about it, if that wasn't a bot, that was a really, really quick little human. Again, hey, shout out to Trump for showing up in the Netherlands. Uh, probably secretly doing a little blessing to baby Hopper. Um, Shout out to the White House. Shout out to Rapid Response. All you guys running these accounts on Truth and on X. Uh, You guys are a lot of fun. And let me also wish everybody that's been on Rumble, Richard Rohr, an amazing cake. You know what? I think I still have a little bit. That last one, gonna have to take a picture. You're gonna have to take a look on Truth or Twitter whenever I post it. Patty's Pages, Miss Penny Black, CB1 Gator, great to see you. It's been a while. Diane 2017, Chibuchis. Did any of you catch the cues when 47 dropped his F-bombs? I gotta say, I did not notice those. But just to continue, shout out to Ted Phillips. He's the man. If you don't know it, well, now you do. The man is Ted Phillips. Grateful Dave. Hey, that's a bit of a new name for me in the chat. Miss Eagles 888. Firstborn Unicorn covering England. Tippy Top. You guys are amazing. Thank you all for joining. Again, I'm gonna stick around here. I'm not gonna close the Zoom, but I will have to step away and do a few manual things here because if I didn't mention it earlier, we've got some visit coming from Italy, so gonna help out here and there. And I love you guys. Lance, we love you. Gonna say it anyways. Grasshopper, we love you. Miss Hopper, we love you as well. Baby Hopper, we love you. Welcome to the planet. I know you're not here yet, but whether it's later today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's, I think, the 27th. I think I have it here. Let's see, the 27th, we've got the 28th, sorry, we've got Elon Musk celebrating a birthday. So, happy birthday, Elon. Why not, right? Yeah, guys, thank you all for joining. And again, keep an eye on my socials and Lance's socials. We may very well do a watch party of today's 47-minute speech that Trump did. And we might even step it up and try to, you know, do a very light decode on the speech, because why not? You know, we want to keep you guys coming into the chat, especially, right? So if it's not going to be a decode, it'll be just a watch party. We might even, just do a rumble and play some songs because we haven't done that in a while. And on that note, thank you guys. Thank you, Lance. Take it away.
All right, go ahead and stop sharing your screen.
Oh, do I have to do that?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know because I thought you had taken over, but right, I do see that I'm still sharing, so stop share.
There we go.
And there we go. Thank you, Lance. Thank you so much again for doing this. Thank you for letting me go first so that I can get back to whatever it is that I got to do. And
family comes first, right?
well, yeah, family from all over. Man, thank you guys again. The chat, you're phenomenal. Team, Q team, you guys are amazing. I absolutely am mind blown by the times that we're in. Trump posting times with a double I when Grasshopper posted meeting with a double I instead of the double E. Wow. Yeah, I hope you guys are having fun. Again, love you guys. Lance, go ahead. The floor is all yours. And I am putting in my Bluetooth headphones, so I am sticking around, and I'll run over if I need to. If you want me to pop in, I'll be right here. So if not, love you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Later, Durf. Have a good day.
Love you guys.
All right, chat. So I was doing this decode, and I have to admit that I did the wrong numbers, right? But after I was done with the decode, everything lined up just a little too perfectly, right, with the drop. So, on this drop, and I know Grasshopper had done his decode on this one, right? Because it's funny how we all see different things, right? So yeah, drop a 17 for Durf, man. We love you, Durf. So in Trump's tweet, he said, "Did I hear the former president from Russia casually throw around the N-word, right? Nuclear." And saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran. Well, if you look at drop 1245, it's saying that, like North Korea, they have all been freed, assets on the ground, right? So in this drop, we got think Saudi Arabia. Order is important. This drop is talking about the orders, right? First, it was Saudi Arabia. Then it was North Korea. From North Korea to Armenia. Armenia is the drop where we get, where we get they were dancing in the street, right? We get from Armenia to Iran. And then from Iran to, right? Who is next? In this drop, he's talking about nuclear. He's talking about the other countries, the warheads to Iran, right? So what other rogue nuclear states, right? Define a hostage. Define protection. Who is protected by rogue nuclear states? So if we look at this, we have the warheads of Iran. If you look at define hostage, right? Who's holding those states hostage with nuclear, right? And you got the former president of Russia saying that he can have other countries to supply nuclear warheads, right? Then he comes around and he says, well, I guess that's why Putin's the boss, right? The boss here is saying the world is connected, right? So we have the former Russian president, right? We have the new president after him. And in here, he's saying all 30, right? 30 tomahawks, all 30 hit their mark perfectly. That's a trust the plan, right? They all hit their mark perfectly. And in this one, we have Iron Eagle. And in the movie Iron Eagle, right, he's rescuing his father, right? From those terrorists. And we have here great fighter pilots, right? Iron Eagle. So I think, right, everything is being, right? Iran's being set free. That's why we hear them telling you that Iran stand up, right? We seen Operation Mockingbird literally live, right, on those TV sets of them saying to stand up to Iran, to stand up to the regime, right? You've got Trump pretty much saying the same thing. You've got Americans saying the same thing. If you can get videos from people in Iran, right, really you have to look at people that fled, right, and that are here now that tell you, right? And just think of all those people that will go back once the country is fixed, right? They fled because they took over their country, right? So think of all the people that are willingly want to go back to Iran or want to go back to their countries, right? Once they've been freed from the deep state, right? So we're just kind of seeing to me, it's almost like the plan is playing out, right? You got Russia, China, you've got everyone saying stuff, right? But is anything actually being done? I mean, really, Putin called out the Ukraine coup, right? So, yeah, this was a very interesting drop to me, even though I did the wrong time, right? 12:45. I don't even remember how I got there, but either way, this lines up just perfectly with this drop. All right, so now we'll go into more of the darker side of Q, right? This is what the operation is always been about, right? Is saving the children. And most of us, that's why we're here, right? We want our country back, but we have to save these children. So in this in this interview, this is the actual guy that did the operations, right? In Sound of Freedom. He did over 70 operations of things just like this. Well, in this story, he's being an investor into a trafficking hotel, right? So we're going to play this one. Everyone, let's see. With this one is hard, right? That's why I put on here. This is very hard to hear. I almost marked it with the sensitivity label. But then a lot of times it gets drowned out, right? When you start marking it like that. And I'm very happy that this one at least got 13K views, right? Like that's 490 bookmarks. So this one was, he did a really good interview, and here is like the full interview to that. He did like a 2-hour interview. So I just kind of took clips, you know what I mean, from pretty much what I found like what the crap, right? And this just kind of goes into the deep dark, right? Like this Sound of Freedom. If you didn't know, Sound of Freedom was kind of like a bunch of operations that they put together into one movie. And at the end, they do show, right, that the part where they're on the beach and they take everyone down. So let's listen to this one. And like I said, this is a graphic warning to everybody. So here we go.
Wood didn't want it to be shown. P. Diddy scandal is deeper than you think. Epstein did not run everything on his own. If you wanted to have full control of the votes of a senator, you get them on film at an Epstein Island. The CIA's Book of Dirty Tricks had these very things. It's this secret Luciferian pact that they make that is how they get power. And it happens all the time.
You've got 25 people ready to swarm the place. You've already got waiters, cooks. Like you've got the place staffed with. Are they all well? They're also Colombians, right?
Yeah,
There's Colombians and
well, the gringos, you know, the white guys, they were my party guys. You know, these were ones I said these are my rich friends from America.
They're not rich friends, right?
Yeah, they were Navy SEALs, Green Berets. They're pretty badasses that were hanging out in the pool, going, yeah, awesome, man. You know, this is great. And we had undercover cameras that were set up so we could capture these guys talking about really why the kids were there. We didn't want them later to say, oh, I thought they were there for a pool party. No, you said on camera, this is why they were there. This is what they were willing to do. This is how much you're charging me, et cetera. So we have these undercover cameras that were capturing everything they were saying. So we're sitting at this table negotiating this deal. And once we had all the information on camera, we ordered tequila. That was our sign for our waiters to go back and radio, and all of a sudden 25 of the federal agents were supposed to show up. They didn't show up for 45 minutes. Now, we didn't know why. We didn't know why they weren't going to show up. All we knew is they were supposed to be there 2 minutes later. And so they bring out the tequila. We do the tequila. One of the traffickers says, okay, time for the party to start, right? Because to them, that was a sign it was time to start the party. And so he brings out the powder. A couple of them go inside to get some of the children. And we're thinking, okay, what do we do here? And you could hear some of the children crying inside. They were so scared of coming out. And a few minutes later, they come back out and they had 4 0-kilometer, brand new, just little kids. They had 11-year-old little boy that was taken from Haiti. They gave him some white powder to make it so that he wouldn't cry, that, while he was being in that situation. There was 3 other girls. One of the little girls was the same one that he showed me on the picture that he said was 11.
Right.
And she had this little kitty cat face on her shirt. And she had these long red braids on the side. And Matt, I'm sitting down. I'm as tall as we are right now, sitting down. This little girl standing up wasn't much taller than I was sitting down. So imagine, you're sitting down, you're eye level with this child. And there was tear stains in her makeup face. She had been in there. She was so scared of coming out to meet me. Mm-hmm. And everything in me wanted to say, no, you're going to be fine. It's not me. I'm not who you think. You're going to see your parents again. I couldn't say that. The traffickers are still there. The agents still hadn't showed up. And we have no idea why nobody had come to do the sting yet. And we're like, how do we deal with this? And I said, you know what? I said, here's the thing. This is amazing. I'm so impressed with the inventory that you brought. But if I start snorting the cocaine, if we start, getting time with these kids, I'm going to enjoy myself, but I'm going to be pretty effed up for the next little while. You've just proven to me that you could do what you said you could do. Why don't we instead right now, why don't we get this deal done? Somebody bring me a pen, somebody bring me a notebook, take these kids back inside, and we're going to negotiate this. Now, back up 2 minutes before. I'm sitting there face to face with this child. I made a commitment at that moment to myself, to God, to that child, that I would dedicate my life to eradicating that evil from the face of the earth. I couldn't imagine anything worse than what I was seeing in front of me at that time. And so I said, and I believe, at this time, I'm nothing special. I'm no Navy SEAL. I'm no Green Beret. This is literally my second now undercover mission. But I believe that it was truly divine intervention that I was there at that time. The only reason why that's so important is because I had just negotiated hundreds of business deals over the last 10 years before that. And so doing a business deal was secondhand. So I said, you know what, bring pen and paper. We're going to send the kids back inside. Let's plan this deal right now. And so they bring out a pen and paper, and I'm just delay. How do we delay until the agents actually get here? Because we can't have that happen.
Where are these guys? Where are they?
We found out later that there was a lady that was part of the Child Protective Services, like a pretty high level, like the top lady, who slept through her freaking alarm that morning. She missed the boat coming out to the island, and she was so high level, she says, don't do the sting until I'm there. Now, we didn't know that.
Right.
All we knew is that we knew there was federal agents in boats off the coast of the other side of the island that weren't coming. So 5 minutes pass, 10 minutes pass, boom, we have this interaction with these kids. And I'm like, what do we do? I said, bring out this pen and paper. All I know is delay as long as possible until something happens, right? And so I'm like, okay, let's draw out how this thing's going to be. So I start with the easy stuff. How is your compound going to be laid out? Where are you going to keep the kids? Where is these guys coming in? Everything else. Still, no agents came. I'm like, okay, let's go deeper in this business plan. Let's do a little spreadsheet here. Right? How much? Let's talk about your customers. Do you have enough customers? Where do you get them from? How do you connect with them? And so writing all this stuff down was.
All right, this is where it gets dark.
Really informative to us of really how that industry was going. I get through that, and this is where we found out that they wanted to charge $100,000 per person and how much extra and everything else. And then still the agents weren't there. I'm like, how do I deal with this? I said, okay, let's talk about your your product. Now, when the product is kids,
Yeah.
that's a difficult conversation, right? And so I says, okay, here's my top line. Here's your revenue coming in. Now let's talk about the cost of goods, right? So how much does it cost for a little Colombian, female? How much does it cost for? What about and there's like $2,500 there, and we're writing all these things. I said, what about an American? You have a little blonde American coming down. What does it cost for you to get one of those as part of your inventory? It's like $25,000. It was multiples of it. And I'm writing all this down. I'm thinking, okay, this is our cost of goods. Now what extra are you charging? Now, this part you may edit out, but I'm just going to go there. You can decide what you want to do with it. This, I said, okay, this is how much you charge for the fees. What about the 0 kilometer miles? You charge me $2,000 for that one, $5,000 for that one. Is that just because you were taking advantage of me because I have money? Or is that really what you charge? He goes, no, that's really what we charge for ones that age and the 0 kilometer. I said, okay, after the first time, does it drop to 500? Does it drop to 1,000? What does it drop to? The female trafficker said, oh no, we can sell them as 0 kilometers more than once. I said, how does that happen? How do you do that? She goes, she said, it only costs $200 to sew back their hymen.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what the fuck?
All right.
How does somebody get so disconnected from humanity to think that's okay ever? To think that selling these children is okay ever? It was so dark. I was suffocating in the conversation. I thought, how can I deal with this level? I just wanted to shoot them all right there. I'm like, how do we deal with this? And, I changed the conversation, and finally I'm like, how do we delay some more? Finally, I couldn't deal with this conversation anymore. I was done with this conversation. I said, you know what? I said, you guys have proven to me that you know your market. You've proven to me that you have the access to the inventory, you have access to the product, you have access to the customers. It sounds like this could be really profitable. I says, I'm willing to put in the money. I said, but I want 55%. I want controlling interest in everything. That leaves 45% for the rest of you guys. And there was a bunch of traffickers that were there. And I pointed at one of them, Edouard, who had actually owned the property they wanted to develop. And I said, you've done the most, you're most involved with this. I think that you should get, of that 45%, you should probably get 30% of that. I said, that leaves about 15% for the rest of them. And all of a sudden, these guys start getting pissed, but not at me, at him. I'm like, oh, good, I can back away from this situation. I said,
what are you thinking? You don't know that these people, that these, whatever, the SWAT or whoever's going to swarm in, you don't know that they're ever coming.
I don't.
Are you not thinking, I got to back out of this situation? Like, how do I get myself out of this room?
The good thing is, before they even got on the boats to come out, I knew that the Navy SEALs that were there said, listen, this is a big party for Pablo. No guns, no knives, no problem, right? So they had taken all of the weapons, supposedly, hopefully, had taken all of the weapons. They even checked the girls' purses, the kids' purses, before they came to make sure there wasn't any weapons there. So I knew there was no weapons, number one. Number two, I had a whole bunch of my buddies that were hanging out in the park, in the pool and all around. There were former Navy SEALs, Green Berets. I've got a guy hit there that was a triple black belt Krav Maga. I don't know if you've ever heard of Krav, but it's Israeli Special Forces, hand-to-hand combat. It's the most lethal on earth. So it's one of the reasons why I got so involved with it is my training with him. So I knew we could handle it if it went bad, but we had no idea when they were coming.
If at all, remove the danger. If there's no danger at all, it doesn't matter. How do I you can't continue the charade forever.
Forever.
Is there any way for you to get a phone and call somebody and say, "What the fuck are you?
Yeah.
What are you doing?"
Well, we had one of the other operators that, you know, kind of walked away, and he was trying to figure, but he couldn't communicate that with me.
Yeah,
because I'm
with a bunch of all
literally
these guys.
face to face with these guys. So I'm just there. My role was delay. And so I said, okay, guys, I'm going to take 55% of this deal. I think that Edouard should take 30%. You guys got another 15, work that. And all of a sudden they start fighting. And they're like, I says, you know what? Why don't we work that out right now? You know, you guys negotiate. And so they started just arguing with each other about who was going to get what percentage of the company and whatever else. It was almost 10, 15-minute argument between all of these guys when suddenly, boom, from all directions, we've got SWAT guys coming in, on the ground. I've got videos and stuff of this.
I was going to say, and all this is being recorded. So it's
Yeah.
not like these guys can say, man, I was just sitting here with Bob. No, you're arguing for your 10% or your 5% or 3%.
Exactly. So these guys are throwing us on the ground. Now, these guys, I get thrown on the ground too. The guy behind me, my security, we called him La Sombra, the shadow. Boom, he takes me down. He's kind of protecting me, so to speak. I'm laying there on the hot sand. I've got ants crawling on my face. I was incredibly grateful to be laying on the hot sand with ants than to be in that conversation one more second.
Right.
You know, and and these guys are all, you know, they put them separate. We were all laying there over on the beach area, and they're interrogating them. And about 30 child protective services people came in with the children, and they were trying to settle them down, and they took these guys off with handcuffs. They put them all on the boats and got them out fairly quickly, so that they could, you know, let up on us a little bit after the traffickers were out. But we still, they weren't supposed to tell the kids that we were the good guys, because we don't know, you know, how involved things were. And so I had to go to the bathroom. You know, I got up and they came around the outside, and this bathroom area was it was kind of a grass roof, but you could hear what was going on over in the main area room where the children were. Mm-hmm. And these child protective services people were in there with the kids, and I could hear them laughing with the kids, singing with the kids. And that sound of freedom, mm-hmm. This is why we named the movie Sound of Freedom. You know, that sound of freedom was the most beautiful sound that I ever heard, especially compared to the crying that we heard less than, 45 minutes before. And I started crying. I turned to the operator who was with me. I said, I spent my whole life making money, making rich people richer. I want to make a difference. I want to be involved. I want to help. I want to write bigger checks. What can I do? And he said, Paul, and sadly, there's a lot of demand for stuff like this that's coming from guys like Jeffrey Epstein. He said, it's coming from guys who, don't take this wrong, Paul, but they dress and talk and act just like you. Mm-hmm. He said, I can't teach my Navy SEALs how to, wear that suit and have that aura. He said, if you're willing to be the bait, I'll change your whole life. So that was the beginning of what ended up being 70 plus undercover missions.
Woo. Like what this guy has seen, right? Like, just imagine that this guy is a billionaire. And in his story, in the full video, he does kind of explain all of it. Like I said, this is a 15-minute clip out of a 2-hour, interview. But this guy was actually like a billionaire, made a bunch of money, and wasn't happy no matter what he did. And I guess because of his skills that he had acquired, right, the CIA approached him, and basically, that's how all of this kicked off. Now, the CIA, right, I have reported multiple times how dirty the CIA is. But when you think about operations like this, right, and like them actually rounding up 25, 50 of the traffickers plus another, 100 of the kids, the CIA is actually doing what it's supposed to do, right? So as crooked as that agency is, right, And that's why they call this dirty tricks, right? Like, think of the extent that the government has to go through just to find these operations, right? They actually have to, right, go undercover, actually participate in buying these hotels. And you could and if they didn't do it, someone else would have, right? Someone else would have invested in this trafficking hotel. And this is just one of those instances, right, where they caught early and they were able to get in on the deal. Just imagine how many of these actually happen that, you know, that they don't catch. So, you know, brothels and all these other things around the world, right? It's real. And yeah, it's just part of that part that, you know, that's where we play our part that we can do to at least get the word out there. And that's what Sound of Freedom was all about. As you guys know, that movie came out about 3 years before that. This guy actually explains that they were just about to release it, and then Disney bought out the network, and then they stopped everything from coming out. And you can even hear him like, "What's Disney got what's Disney got against this movie?" And it's kind of like, yeah, there's another rabbit hole for you to go down if you really want to. Some of us, I think a lot of us honestly have been down that, right? Disney rabbit hole for sure.
100%.
So yeah,
Yeah.
These are not easy to hear though, right?
No, but like Parco said, they have to be heard.
Yep.
You know, there was a movie called Missing 411. A movie. It was more of a documentary, of course, but I saw that back, I want to say around 2013, 14, maybe. It was somebody that was working at a store that I was having conversations with who was telling me like, hey, you should look into this. And at first I thought, well, I'm looking into like free energy and all that other stuff, where the 432 stuff. But at one point I was like, you know what? I have to sit down and watch this. And I realized that at the time it was my unease at listening to that subject matter that was keeping me away from it. I was making excuses that, yeah, I'm into free energy, UFOs, and blah, blah, blah. So I did want to say, I wanted to jump in quickly, Lance, just because I think it would be worth it for you to make sure you share that link in the chat for people to share on their Twitter.
I think I did, but I'll do again.
I didn't see if you did or didn't.
Want it to be shown.
But yeah, guys, share it. It's yeah. I was listening to it, and even I was just like, wow. There's so much to that whole world that we don't really know, even though some of us have like I said, I watched that Missing 411 documentary. I've been following the Q drops, but how much do I really know about all the inner works? Honestly, not much. So yeah, thank you for playing that, Lance. Going back on
and like I said, I've called out the CIA plenty of times, right? You can go through my feed and see all the stuff, right? A lot of us do not agree, right, with things that agency does, but this is one of them that I do agree with, right? Like, it's just crazy, right? This guy's a billionaire and he just kind of drops everything, goes undercover, right? Partakes, goes. I mean, it's just mind-blowing, right? The extent that they have to go through to catch this trafficking, right?
Yeah.
And I think he even says, like, in the full video that like he stopped going undercover because I think he said he did it for like 10 years and like the trafficking just got worse. It just like doubled. So he was like, I can do all these cases I want, but like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like we gotta fix where these kids are going, right? You gotta cut off that snakehead. And America, unfortunately, is the number one people that buy children. Unfortunately. And the Biden administration kind of proved that when they were trafficking kids and doing who knows what, right? I'm sure that will be coming out too. Just like we said, we're only like 6 months into this administration, right? So we've had so much come out. We've still got a lot of time to go. And Boss knows that, right? He's got 4 years this time. That's it. Let's do it. So this next one is where he's actually talking about Epstein and Diddy. And considering the cases that this guy has been on, he probably knows what he's talking about, right? He even talks about in one of these that they caught 4 federal judges, right? So just when you think stuff's not happening, I think a lot of stuff just isn't shown. One, the freaking media is fake, right? It's there. They report on it like the agencies, but the news are the ones that don't pick it up. They'd rather go with, right, whatever 4 a.m. talking points they have for the morning. So here we go on this one.
When people ask all the time, well, why did it take you so long to get your movie out? What was the deal with that? Well, if you think that Epstein really hung himself, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you, right? No. If a lot of this stuff on a high level is used as blackmail and manipulation. So yes, we were taking down rings throughout Latin America and whatnot, but the high level stuff, Epstein did not run everything on his own. If you were an agency, I won't say which, but let's say that you were an agency and you wanted full control of the votes of a senator, of a congressman, of a federal judge, you want to control their votes forever. Mm-hmm. You get them on film at an Epstein Island with a 12-year-old. You get them on film with any of those things, you control them forever, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, most other things, like let's say a honeypot, mm-hmm. Most other things are forgivable. Like people will, like your wife may or may not forgive you for having an affair if there are photos out there or a video. There are some things that are just, you making a racist comment. There's tons of things that people will be like, you can apologize and people will get over. They ain't getting over that.
No, not at all.
Never.
And it doesn't matter if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you're white, you're black, you're rich, you're poor. Nobody's okay with somebody abusing children like that, right? But sadly, some of these elitist groups, there's initiations that are part of that involve that level of control. You want this kind of help to get to where you need to be. We need control over you to make sure that you will never go outside of us. So this is what we need. And so some of them willingly go into it, knowing that it's initiation, knowing that they're going to be able to get in these doors, get these roles, get all of that stuff. It's all over the place. This is the years ago, there was a book I read years and years ago called The CIA's Book of Dirty Tricks. And in there had these very things. You get them on film with stuff like this. You make this kind of a thing happen, and then you control them with the unforgivable. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, I believe that it's not just in politics. I believe that in Hollywood, it's pervasive. The P. Diddy thing is just the tip of the iceberg. And guys, we need to be very aware of who we're supporting. I used to be a huge Will Smith fan. I loved all of his movies until I realized what his wife saw when he walked in on him in the bedroom and what parties he was at with P. Diddy and who else was at those parties and what was going on. And I thought, you know what? I sadly can't watch some of my favorite movies now because that actor's in it and I know what's going on there, and that actor's in it and I know what's going on there. And so my wife does more than this than me. I'm like, can we watch anything anymore? She goes, yeah, we can watch this movie and this movie. That's all. Because there's a lot of people, sadly, that are involved with what you and I would say is the unforgivable. But it's this secret Luciferian pact that they make that is part of how they get the infinite amount of popularity and wealth, et cetera, or power when it comes to politics. And it happens all the time. And it's planned very specifically. Our monetary system, our media, all of it is controlled. And even when our movie came out and everybody wanted to see it because we took it to the people by the people, right? We have my money and other high wealth investors that put it together. And then even when it came out, we had a grassroots movement with good people that were all part of social media that were pushing it out. It was, if you weren't on a somewhat conservative social media platform, you didn't even hear of Sound of Freedom. It was the #1 independent film on the planet, and you didn't even hear it because it wasn't mentioned at the Oscars. It wasn't mentioned on any of the big media channels. Nothing. I mean, we beat out Indiana Jones and Mission Impossible. We beat those out of the gate, and crickets. Nobody even talked about it. The only way you heard it was by good people saying you need to go see this movie.
And there you go. Just like he said, the CIA does dirty tricks so that they can control people. And that's the stuff that I'm talking about, the evil part of the CIA, right? Like if they're doing that to high level officials and not actually arresting them, then you're kind of complacent in doing what they're doing, right? So I've heard another CIA, like ex-CIA agent, kind of explain Epstein that way too, that they do have everything. They just apparently, like, they still have leverage, right? They don't want to give up their leverage on, I guess, those senators, politicians, right? But that's part of the deep state, right, of that CIA. So hopefully Ratcliffe is cleaning that place out, right? And you know, Cash is cleaning out the FBI, which he has fired a bunch of people. I'm sure the CIA has fired a bunch of people. We just don't hear about it, right? So let's see what happens, right? Like I said, when the CIA does operations where they actually infiltrate and arrest people, hell yeah. If they're using it for leverage on, you know, high level officials, hell no. Right? Like that's the dirty tricks. So after I post these videos, POTUS came out with the Nobel Peace Prize over Iran and Israel, right? So we've heard this multiple times, basically. I think in the past, would it be the past couple weeks, maybe the past month, right? Him being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. So very interesting on the timestamp on this one. I had just, you know, done these videos on the trafficking, right? Well, if you look at the mirror here, 3050 actually gives us the Epstein Island, right? In the drop, it says this is not about sex trafficking with a 1 in the bracket. Will the rich and powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? So that kind of goes to the power, right? Like who does the CIA actually have influence over, right? Like who are they holding blackmail over? And then who are those rich and powerful with their lobbying, right? Holding it over the court to prevent the unsealing. So that's the way that I see that part, right? So it says the Title 2. 1, a sex resort, non-temple resort only. Traffic in drugged underage girls. Think what that guy just talked about, right? He just talked about that kid being drugged. He talked about the girls, right? In one of the operations, he's in that part, he's talking about how they rescued, or that boy was from Haiti. In that story he's telling with the little girl, the little boy in there that gets the drugs, right, was from Haiti. So here we have Haiti, pray for the victims. And number 2 is the occult / worship of evil, right? The temp, the Luciferian, which you just heard him talking about, right? So crazy that in those drops, right, you got the number 1. And in here you got 5012 is the mirror, right? 501. 501 is leaving us to a 1 in a bracket that says confirmed, right? In this drop right here, you have the 1 in the bracket with the sex trafficking. Not only that, the 1 in the bracket with the sex resort, which is exactly what I was talking about here, the funding of the trafficking hotels, right? The second one that we just watched was about Epstein and Diddy, which is actually number 2, the occult and the worship of evil, right? Which is pointing us to the Golden Dome, right? On the temple. So that one, my mic is glitching. Am I good, guys? Give me a 17 if I'm good. Or is my mic glitching? All right. So yeah, that one was kind of crazy after I was posting those videos, and then we come out with the Nobel Peace Prize, and then we get the link to the Epstein Island talking about the sex resorts and the occult worshiping, which is just exactly what those 2 videos that I posted about. So thank you, POTUS, for a little shout out there. Now, who knows? Zoom's messing with me. You start talking about child trafficking, and this is what you get. Good old China. Freaking Zoom. And we can bring it all together here with this year in March. We had a former North Dakota senator sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for traveling to Prague to engage in commercial sex with children. So in this one, it talks about him going to a brothel, right? During this trip, while staying at the brothel that catered to men looking to engage in commercial sex with adolescent boys. So you can see people are being charged. This is basically, right, the Epstein Island. This is kind of the same thing, right? We got a state senator. He was 81 years old. And this is the one I was talking about. Like, if they're sentenced to 10 years and they're already 81, like, that's pretty much it for that guy, right? So yeah, at least I like these because at least it shows us that things are happening, right? And we've seen it on both sides. We've seen Republicans getting charged with, child pornography. We've seen a lot of it coming through. So you just have to, be aware of exactly what's going on, because like I said, they don't report on it. And that's why I like to make those videos where I kind of show all of the arrests that they've had and the prosecutions. So yeah, I'll probably be making one of those here soon, just because we've had a lot. We've had a lot of drug cartel leaders caught. We've got drug leaders being, right, extradited here from Guatemala, from Mexico, all over to be sentenced, right? So kind of an exciting time. I think these judges will actually do something when they're the cartel, as long as they're not owned by them. This was a funny little story. So I don't know if you guys remember back when we had the red button with the Diet Coke. in Grasshopper's Decode. I want to say it was when he first got in, right? And there was that joke about him pressing the nuclear button, but it was a Diet Coke. Well, here's the actual story. JD Vance tells exactly what happened. This is why we love this man.
I'm sitting there and we have a phone call with a foreign leader. I won't mention who. And it's a tough phone call. There's some tough issues that we have to work through with this foreign leader. And he asked me to come sit behind him at the Resolute desk so that if I need to say anything, I can just speak directly into the speakerphone. And it's early in the administration, so there's not a whole lot in the Oval Office yet. And there's this sort of wooden box with a red button sitting on the Resolute desk. And I think to myself, that's probably not a button that you want to press, right? So we're talking to this foreign leader. And the president looks over at me, puts the foreign leader on mute and says, "This is not going very well," and he presses the red button. and my eyes get really big, and I'm like, "Mr. President, you know, what just happened?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Nuclear. Nuclear." And 2 minutes later, a guy walks in with a Diet Coke, and he looks back at me and he says, "It wasn't nuclear, it's just the Diet Coke button." And that's... So that's the kind of guy, and my fellow Republicans, that we have as the President of the United States, a guy who can do a good job, but keep a sense of humor.
Just too funny to actually hear it from the other end, right? I remember us all joking about the Diet Coke button and then bringing in a Diet Coke. So it's funny to actually hear JD tell that story. You can imagine being in that room, right? Did you just press the nuke button? Nuclear. And then a Diet Coke comes in. Like, that is just, for him to actually have a button to bring him a Diet Coke, that's Trump, right? That is POTUS all the way. I'm sure he's probably got another one to bring him a hamburger, right?
That's too funny. Can we hear it again?
Yeah.
Of 10 days. And I'm sitting there and we have a phone call with a foreign leader. I won't mention who. And it's a tough phone call. There's some tough issues that we have to work through with this foreign leader. And he asked me to come sit behind him at the Resolute desk so that if I need to say anything, I can just speak directly into the speakerphone. And it's early in the administration, so there's not a whole lot in the Oval Office yet. And there's this sort of wooden box with a red button sitting on the Resolute desk. And I think to myself, that's probably not a button that you want to press, right? So we're talking to this foreign leader. And the president looks over at me, puts the foreign leader on mute and says, "This is not going very well," and he presses the red button. My eyes get really big, and I'm like, "Mr. President, you know, what just happened?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Nuclear. Nuclear." And 2 minutes later, a guy walks in with a Diet Coke, and he looks back at me and he says, "It wasn't nuclear, it's just the Diet Coke button." And that's... So that's the kind of guy, and my fellow Republicans, that we have as the President of the United States, a guy who can do a good job, but keep a sense of humor.
Talking to a foreign leader, pause it, put it on mute. This isn't going well. Boop. Just too funny, man. Too funny. And like I said, that's why we love Trump. That's why a lot of people do love Trump, right? The man is hilarious, man. He is a character for sure.
It was great. You imagine either Kamala or Pence trying to tell a story like that?
Gosh. No.
Hell no.
Flies everywhere. No, I'm joking.
Sorry, I had to chime in.
No, yeah.
If you want, I just got an alert saying Trump is posting. It's on QAG. It should be on QAG by now. About Natasha Bertrand. Should be fired from CNN.
Oops. He posted about CNN again.
Uh-huh.
You stupid sort. All right. What do we got?
Natasha Bertrand. There we go. Oh, did he just post that 117 as well?
Yep. Israel just stated that the nuclear sites were obliterated. Thank you to our great B-2 pilots and all others involved. So I guess Israel's got boots on the ground.
I guess so.
Natasha Bertrand should be fired from CNN. What do we got here? I told you obliteration is the word of the day, huh? I watched her for 3 days doing fake news. She should be immediately reprimanded and then thrown out like a dog. Ooh. Damn. When is the last time?
He's not mincing words.
Otis. Let's see. What do we got here? Um, like a dog. That's crazy. It's right in front of you. It always has been. Nevada vote by mail. Primary fraud concerns. What else we got here? D class. Mueller will face charges regarding Uranium One. He's working to save himself. Oh, we got the whistleblower Satan. We're talking about the Luciferian, right? The Luciferian, yeah, the club basically, right? Satan, the great accuser, has been unleashed against the bishops of the church, Francis said Tuesday. And that's what he said about the whistleblower, right? Oh. Track history. There's another history, Derv. 1425. I hereby demand and will do so officially tomorrow that the Department of Justice look into whether or not the FBI or DOJ infiltrated or surveilled the Trump campaign, which we know they did. Follow the pen. There's another follow the pen. Think timing, coincidence. The attacks will only get worse. They are losing all control. Oh, nice. Given we have now undeniably, on purpose, verified ourselves to be an inside source, expect the mainstream media, the clown army, to attack in full cooperation with foreign and domestic assets. Be prepared. Trust the plan. Conspiracy no more. We are in full control. Pain. Woo! POTUS! That's what I'm talking about, right? There you go. I know I got to the first one last, but man, should be fired from CNN, out like a dog. She lied on the laptop from hell story, and now she lied on the nuclear site story, attempting to destroy our Patriot pilots, making them look bad when in fact they did a great job and hit pay dirt. Total obliteration. She should not be allowed to work at fake news CNN. It's people like her who destroy the reputation of a once great network. Her slant was so obviously negative. Besides, she doesn't have what it takes to be on camera, to be on a, what's he say? She doesn't have what it takes to be an on camera. Do we have an "and" on there? Let me see if I can. Am I not reading that correctly? She doesn't have what it takes to be an on camera and on. It takes to be an on camera correspondent. Not even close. Fire Natasha. I swear that's an anon. You guys see that in the chat? Give me a 17 if you see the anon. Like that does that make sense? She doesn't have what it takes to be an on-camera correspondent. Okay, maybe I just finally said it right. She doesn't have what it takes to be an on-camera correspondent. Man, that was kind of a tongue twister.
You know, that is a good point, first of all. And on, we do have an on there.
Yeah.
How often, has he posted an on? I don't think it's too often.
That's why it was hard to read, right? I'm like, it takes to be an on camera and on. Is that right? Like, her slant was so obviously negative. Besides, she doesn't have what it takes to be an on camera correspondent. Not even close. Fire Natasha. I still say that's an anon.
Yeah, and I would think that, like, on camera, on camera should maybe have a hyphen, like to be
just the way you say it, right?
Camera,
and on camera.
To be an on camera.
You're saying an on regardless, right?
Yeah,
and on camera and on. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know if I've ever seen a word like that. That's interesting, and that's lining up with the MSM, the clown army, right?
Right.
Because first she lied about the laptop from hell, and now she lied on the nuclear sites. Interesting.
I wonder. Yeah, I might be wrong on this. Like, if we say an ongoing investigation, on doesn't have a hyphen after, right?
Right.
I kind of like, in a way, I kind of like that. Kind of like that more. And if you do a quick search on QAG, you will.
Isn't that a delta today?
Well, you will get a bunch of posts, but you'll see a lot of them. Let's say you have I can only. Well, you'll have the "and" space on from can and only. So that will come up. But just "an" on, that's not something that we really see, right?
Nope.
Very interesting.
Like I said, that was hard for me to say, right? I'm like, am I reading that right? Like, what the hell?
To be an on camera, well, yeah, because an on camera, like as Teresa Red is saying, as opposed to off camera. Yeah, and Stevie Bananas also confirms it's probably without the hyphen. Is she an anon? Who knows? But uh that's very, very interesting to say the least.
Well,
Let
it's
me see.
interesting that this one was, yeah, 1425, which we get follow the pen again. Timing, the attacks will only get worse. Given we have now undeniably, on purpose, right, verified ourselves, expect the clowns to attack in full cooperation with foreign and domestic assets, right? And if you look at the deltas for today, we have the 11.3. Where's it at? Where'd you go? Right there. All assets, foreign and domestic, deployed. Domestic plus China equals, right, 11.3. So interesting, right, that it's lining up. The 1425 is talking about they're losing control. Obama, right? Crazy. We're talking about, right, in full attack with foreign and domestic assets. He's talking about, oh, where's the one where he said where is it at? Right here. I just caught the failing New York Times working with the fake news CNN cheating again. They tried to demean the great work our B2 pilots did, and they were wrong in doing so. These reporters are bad and sick people. You would think they would be proud of the great success we had instead of trying to always make our country look bad. Total obliteration. So he said right there, we just caught him. We just caught the New York Times and the fake news cheating again. Well, who did they just catch cheating? China, right? Which lines up with the deltas to today. So very interesting. And like this is the one that's talking about, right? The mail-in ballots. So, man, that is a nice little correlation right there, Botus.
I would say so. Let me see right quick before I go back.
Look how many obliteration though. Obliteration, obliteration, obliteration.
Well, I am seeing that rapid response was a minute off, or technically 11 seconds off of a to the second delta. Close, guys. we've had quite a few close calls, if you will, the last couple of days. Seeing POTUS, seeing Scavino posting just 1 minute before or just 1 minute after 1 minute deltas. So,
and you see here, look, he's doing the tip of the spear, right? See his hands?
Uh-huh. He sure is.
Funny how it starts off like that, right? Like that is how it starts off. We're at 0-0. And his hands are placed like that. Oh man. Like I said, those comms are something else for sure. All right. Thank you, Durf. That was a nice little live decode there, huh?
Absolutely.
Let me see. Did I post? Oh man, I didn't even post the video I was gonna post. I have another one where a lady, shout out to News Treason 17 and their team, but they have a call-in session where this lady calls in, and she like worked for Hollywood as like a screenwriter. And I'll post that one here in a little bit. You guys just have to go to my X. Maybe I can try to post it while we watch another video. Anyway, and that one she's talking about how we're in like the last act, right? Like in how she can see everything that's playing out. And it's cool to listen to somebody that's coming from like someone that was actually like a screenwriter in Hollywood, right? They can actually look at it and go, whoa, right? Like it's kind of cool to watch somebody, right? Like I said, that's an actual screenwriter and can actually see the play being, right? The movie being scripted out, basically. This one though I made last week, I guess. This is when they put the flagpole, yeah. So remember that one we caught the air cues, right? The hunters had become the hunted. Like that was such such an epic day, right? I just have to say how proud I am that he put those flags up, and now every news, right? Instead of having some small flag that's on top of the White House, right? With a POW, now we have a huge flag that's just waving, right? And there's two of them. You just only usually see one, right? But it's great to see it flying in front of the White House. I think we had a lot of symbolism go through. I mean, you don't have a parade unless, right, a war is over. That's
over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors.
Right? That's usually the only reason why you would have a parade, right? At least in our history, right? As America. So I made this one on one of his speeches his speech that he did on that day of the parade. So let's watch this one.
Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields and battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed the beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete.
That is such a good. That's another one of those, right? When we were listening to it, where I just had comms going off like crazy. I mean, he said we got Satan fleeing, right? Like, so the flags went up. I mean, there is just so much comms with them marching through DC, right? Like we've never seen that with just that much military power, and that was just the army, right? I sometimes think, are we going to have a celebration for each branch, right? Because that would be awesome to have each branch do their own parade, or just have one big one where the whole military, right, does a parade. So who knows? Maybe that's what we'll get next year, right? On around July 4th. You never know. Like we said, this has been a crazy 6 months. I mean, his first one was crazy, but this one is this one is nuts, right? To see it all coming together. So let me see. I just posted that video. So let's watch this one, and then we'll probably wrap it up for the day. Here, you guys want to watch the Q?
And the first time I had it, but you guys were at.
This is all going to be planned in this round.
And the first time I had it, but you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. Big difference.
That was a man to catch all that, right? And shout out to Rob TK for pointing out that there was an air cue there, and him talking about the the flowers. Man, there was so much that came through on that. All right, here we go, guys. I just posted this one. Literally just posted it. Let me see. I'll copy the link for everyone. Here you guys go. And just take a listen. She explains a kind of a lot of what a lot of anons have went through. Like I say, I'm kind of new to this, right? 2023 is when everything kind of came into light for me, but there's been so many anons that have been on this road for, past Q, right? Since the 60s, we've got people that have been doing this for a very long time. So here it is with, she's actually explaining, her name is Bria, explaining kind of what's going on right now.
The building of leading up to. So here's one thing I want to tell you. There's an observation that I've made that the White Hats have done on purpose. And that is that they've had audience A, which I believe we call the normies, and audience B, which I would believe us. And the reason why I think that we are annoyed to a certain extent with this movie is because Q gave us kind of the script already. We already have seen the movie in a way. We've already emotionally arrived at many of the places that we are waiting for our friends, colleagues, loved ones, spouses, whatever to get to. And when you run into people who don't want to hear what you have to say, it's like, have you ever been to the movies with someone that's already seen the movie? Do you want them to tell you how it ends? Do you want them to tell you how the next big event is going to happen? No. You paid for the movie. That's the experience you want to go to. The audience, in order to be able to believe on both sides, on us too, because I think at some point, the writers of this movie are going to bring both audiences together and we're going to be rooting for the same team. But right now we're not. But we have to believe that the enemy has unleashed everything onto his villain or onto his defeat, or the hero. We know some of the things that the enemy has in his quiver, and they're horrible. The normies are just starting to see that. They have to get to a point through this part of the third act to where that enemy unleashing all he has on the field, because if he doesn't, then it doesn't feel believable when the hero defeats him. And on the other hand, the hero has to defeat him with something that we never really saw coming, but when we think back, oh yeah, that made sense. Oh yeah, he did talk about that. Oh yeah, he did possess that skill, and we kind of blew it off. But it's got to be something that we really are like, wow, that was brilliant. We never really saw that coming. That's the only thing he could have done to defeat the enemy in order for us to believe it. Otherwise, we're like, that's really vapid. So I just think about what we've learned, what we know, what we've heard about what Trump is doing, kind of hinting at, might give us an idea that we're going to be in for one hell of a wild ride, guys. And people have to be willing to understand that if we find out that they are willing to go through what they did to try to kill 8 billion people, what is the climax going to look like where we're nail biting? And here's where I think the change is going to happen when they bring the two audiences together. And that is when the normies finally realize, and I think they've done this on purpose and not doing this and letting them go through what they're going through to reach this, when they finally realize that the people that they have been rooting for and separating their families over and everything are the very people, the evil people that they think are the heroes, and they realize that's actually the enemy, that's when they're going to be really they're going to be cheering for Trump louder than we are. And that's when we finally, I think, are going to be at the same point. And once that reveal happens, then we're going on the climax ride, folks, because they have to bring everybody together to be cheering.
I mean, she she explained that to the T, right? I mean, you watched a movie, you already know the ending. So that's why you're frustrated, right? Because you're waiting for the ending to play out. So that is, I mean, she spoke about this before, you know, about the different acts that we've went through basically since Trump came into office, right? And man, I mean, she nails it every time. So it's great to hear somebody, like I said, that worked in Hollywood, that was a screenwriter, right? They can actually see everything scripted, right? And playing out before us. So, I mean, look how many people went against Trump, even though they claim to be MAGA or they claim to be for Trump. And the minute he bombs Iran, right, everyone's, he's starting World War III. He's da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then it comes back 72 hours later that there's basically a peace agreement and a ceasefire and everybody's talking. Trump just told them that Iran can sell oil again, right? So just to watch this whole movie play out, right? I mean, just like we seen, right, that right they submitted to Trump video, right, that he retweeted twice or four, however many knows how many times, right? I mean, I think there was a very significance of him going to meet in Saudi Arabia before bombing Iran. I mean, he went to Qatar, he went to the EU, right? He went to you know, to Saudi Arabia. So I mean, you just gotta, right? Once this is one of those things where you can kind of look back and go, oh, is that why he flew out there? Right? Because they knew that, number one, they're going to flee to Qatar. That's where Hamas leaders were, right? And that's why Trump told him, I know where you are, but I won't, right? So, right. Yeah. He even said, I don't want regime change. I just want you guys to quit messing around, right? So I think there's a lot of things that have been done very fast, very, very planned out, right? Let's just say it like that. I mean, even everyone was saying that they were going to fire missiles and that most of them were going to miss, right? And what do? They fire missiles at the base and they miss. Yep. That's about all that happened, right? Then all of a sudden it's a ceasefire. Trump already told everybody to leave. Netanyahu told everybody to leave, right? Out of Tehran. Like, they already told everybody to leave. They already told everybody to get out. They already told, right? So to sit back and watch it just happen, right? Like, for them to say that our bombs aren't going to destroy something, are you shitting me right now? Like, we got some of the highest tech in they've never used those bombs before is the only reason why they're talking crap, right? Like, in a live operation. No, you could very clearly see that, right? Like, that bomb did exactly what it was supposed to do. And they fired with precision. I mean, they showed what? 3 holes, like on the side of the mountain. Basically, like in one spot, 3 in another, and they dropped 14 bombs there. There was only 6 holes, right? Which means that they, with precision, hit those same, right? Like that bomb went down, and then another one went right down the same hole. Like, that's from however high they're flying, right? What, 40, 50,000 feet? Those bombers are flying. Drop that with precision. Like, that's why Trump's basically talking crap, right? But at the same time, I mean, there's a drop, right, that says the CNN's being set up, right? And exactly what you're seeing. Now he's calling them fake news. He said, I caught you, right? I caught you cheating again. Well, what's he talking about? You look at the drops, it's talking about 11.3 and the foreign and domestic, right? So I think we got a lot of comms that are coming out. They did have their interviews or whatever yesterday with the Biden administration. And from what I've seen, one person admitted to signing stuff, if you can actually believe it, right? Let me see if I can find it. That was by Barbie. There she is.
Well, I took a quick peek at Liberal Hive Mind, and I think he might have posted a video with regards to that recently. And guys, that's on YouTube. That's definitely one of the quote unquote better channels if you want to get a perspective on certain things. I know he did a video regarding the bombs that went into the mountain. And again, this guy, he'll post some stuff, he might miss the mark a little bit like he did with Pam Bondi, but then again, so many people miss the mark, right? This one video, I just saw it right here. This is wild from 3 days ago. So if you look, you know what, I'll post it in the chat if you guys want to click on the link and watch the video. It talks about the bombs that were dropped. And let me make sure that is the right video. As a matter of fact, just because I don't want to post any random links, and I probably would have. Yeah. And who knows, it might not even have been Liberal Hive Mind now that I think about it. If I find the video, I will post it. If not, still go check out the channel because it's not bad at all. Now, on that note, I guess we could wrap it up, right? I don't know. Any final words, Lance?
No, just like this one was huge, right? Like, look, they caught somebody actually with the auto pin. Testifying before Congress, behind closed doors, Neera Tanden, a longtime Democratic operative and former president of the far-left think tank Center for America Progress, she admitted to running the auto pin for President Joe Biden. She didn't just witness the signature process, she oversaw it, and in some cases, she was the one signing the president's name to executive orders and laws. Man, like, talking about treason at the highest levels. And this is just one. How many are they going to find, right? Like behind this freaking scandal of, right? Of them with the auto pen. And you see one here, the NGO cartel. Crazy. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, I think a lot of this is about to come out with the auto pen. And we're about to have the China, right? Stole the election. And it wasn't just China. There was Italy. There was, right? There was a lot of countries that did not want Trump as president for 2020, right? That rigged the election. So I think we're going to have a lot more coming out. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, we're all going to be here for it, right?
Take them all down, right? Like, man. And that's what I say. We just got epic comms coming in. These crumbs are crazy. I mean, this lady explaining, right? Like that final act just pretty much hit it right on the head. Especially with like everyone being right when she explains being frustrated.
Right.
People don't want to listen to you because you're telling them the end of the movie, right? And you know that, like, someone tried to tell you the movie, like, la, 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 la. Would you shut up? So, man.
She does make a good point.
Well, everyone, thank you for joining us today. It's been a great show, actually. Chris gave us, man, he ain't done either. I guarantee that, right? Like, he's on Air Force One right now, kicking it. Just tweeting up a storm, right? So, everybody sit back, right? Enjoy this show that's going on because it's a wild one, and I love you guys. We will see when we will be on next time. Me and Durf have already talked about that if Grasshopper is gone for too long, then we'll jump in here and we'll do a show, right? Pretty much like we did today, right? Pretty much took over. Grass had to split out real quick. So thank you, Grass, for, you know what I mean, jumping on here. And, you know, guys, that's Grasshopper's way of getting it off of his chest too, right? So that he doesn't have to do a lot of the decodes, because, you know, he's busy right now. So he's not decoding as much as he usually does, right? So yeah, these shows are a way for him to get it off his chest and vent as well. So definitely helps him during these stressful times for sure, with the baby on the way. Cannot wait. So excited. And yeah, just look out on our socials and we'll let you guys know when the next show will be. Love you guys.
Absolutely. Well, I say, if you want, I've got the Hold the Line ready. I say we wrap it up with some Hold the Line, right?
Do it. You want me to stop sharing? You want to take over?
Let's go. It was down here, share sound. And as a matter of fact, guys, let me, okay, well, share. I believe you guys can see me, and I believe you guys can see that Trump posted.
Yep, it's yours.
1440.06. And there we go, guys. 1440. Boom, 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 boom. A week to remember. Well, it certainly is for Grasshopper. So, guys, thank you all for joining. Thank you, Lance, for holding up the fort and setting up all the links and everything. Again, thank you, team, and POTUS and Scavino and all you guys. Grasshopper, we love you. Miss Hopper, we love you. Baby Hopper, we love you too. Welcome to the world very soon. And again, guys, keep an eye out on the socials. And let's see some bananas, guys, because we're just about to hold the line. Let's go. Let's put down the music a little bit. Let's go.
We're gonna hold the line.
All right. Let's shout everybody out. right, homie, Saskabush, Jordy, Meg, Kenny Stacy.
I will be a president from
Santa Fe
disease,
Kate,
joblessness, and
Trucy,
hopelessness,
Little Sister
anger,
Brown,
resentment and hatred,
Alligator, Ted
extremism,
Phillips,
lawlessness,
breakers,
violence, bitterness, and fury. No progress,
Chungus,
no nation,
Stevie Bananas,
only a state of chaos.
Don't piss down my back and tell me it's real.
We're gonna hold the line, guys.
We're gonna hold.
What are we holding?
We're gonna hold.
One more time. What are we holding?
We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold the line.
Ooh. Elias Q. Lego Jack 1. Teresa Red. CB1 Gator. RJ61. April 369. Brent 1520. Kenny Stacy. And again, West Coast Patriot Girl. Thank you all.
We're gonna hold the line.
Thank you all for joining. Thanks again. We'll be back with you soon. And we are definitely going to party. Sweet Bananas. Lisa Dead. Stevie Gator. God bless you, Marco. God bless you, Ted Phillips. 77. We've reached our cruising altitude, 40,000 feet. That part I haven't memorized, so I'll have to work on that one for the next show, boys and girls. But I have heard that it's fun to stay at the YMCA. Isn't it fun, Lance? You got this.
United Airlines to Gator to Gator Bay. Immediate boarding.
723, here we go. 51, Teresa Red. Ted Phillips. Brent 1520. Definitely have to watch the replay. The apocalypse is live. Foreshadowed for millennia. And unraveled right before our eyes. Foreshadowed for millennia. And then some. We love you guys. Otis, Patino.
We love you.
Elon.
We will be back in some form.
Junior.
Too many of us think it is impossible.
Melania.
Too many think it is unreal.
Love you guys.
But that is a dangerous, defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces we cannot control.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare for the Storm MAGA.
Storm MAGA.
Prepare for the Storm MAGA. Where's it? Where we go one, we go all worldwide.
I wanted to say Gator Gitmo. You know how they're doing the new one in Florida?
Oh, good call. Oh, there we go. Thank you, iDrop Media. Thank you all for joining, and we will see you guys, God knows when, but we'll see you guys very soon. Lance, take it away.